the top board. France, India, Ukraine, Azerbaijan. Second, India also is very high. I mean, this is probably going to lead us to some moment when the first two Indian teams are going to clash between each other.
No question about it. The 11-round Swiss is almost demanding that particular matchup is in our very near future. Poland, Romania, Kazakhstan versus Cuba. And in the open section, the matches from boards 6 through 10, we'll start with those.
Right. So in the open section, maybe let's start from board 10 so that it's in the logical follow-up.
Ascension, yeah.
Yeah. Slovenia plays against Germany, and Winston Kammer is back in business. He is again playing. I think he missed first couple of rounds. Now he's finally back in action. Netherlands plays against Canada. This is something we don't want to miss. Team Uzbekistan, one of the youngest teams in the field. Yesterday, they almost beat United States. Today, they're playing against surprising Slovakia, who yesterday beat Ukraine, and they're looking really, really good. Iran, very, very strong team against Turkey. Azerbaijan as their opponents as Cuba.
And the top 5 matches, if you please, Archie.
Right. So the fifth board, France, Poland. Actually, we are going to probably talk a little about France. It's quite amazing how well they're doing because they're missing so many top players. They're missing Alireza Firouzja. They're missing MVL. They're missing Etienne Bacro. Maybe also, I think, Romain Edouard could be in the team. There's so many good players, and they're doing so well.
Absolutely. Definitely outperforming, and yesterday held Team India to a draw. England, Armenia on board 3. That will be exciting. Spain, India 2. Again, you like the Indian 2 squads, so you see them right up there at top. And then a big shout out to our audience. Want to say, keep us busy, keep us on our toes. Tell us what games you like, and do keep in mind that it's easiest for us to pick up games from the first 10 boards. So if you could guide us in those games, that would be really, really great. And of course, any questions you might have, we'll be very happy to answer them. So thank you to our audience. Big shout out as games are underway, Archers. Very happy to see round 5. The gong has begun.
The round 5 already has started. Several moves already have been played. Again, to remind you, 11 rounds in total. Today we have round 5, then there's round 6. And I believe after round 6, we are about to have a rest day. I mean, not only for us, but for the Olympiad as well. And so maybe let's very quickly check the schedule. Here you go. Every day we are coming live at 11:30 Central European Summer Time for the Western Coast, right? That's a bit early. Unfortunately, there's nothing to be done. 2:30 a.m. Pacific. As I mentioned, August 4 is a rest day. And then on round 11, we are going to have a morning round, but we are going to talk about that later.
Exactly. Those earlier starts on the last day are designed to make sure that the Olympic closing ceremony all the results will be known. And I see on our webcam there, it looks like Alexei Shirov, Team Spain on first board.
This is one of the big matches I so look towards to because India too, for me, is a very sympathetic team. I'm a big fan of their talent. So essentially, it's a clash between the experience against youth. And recently, Gukesh has been showing some amazing results. He had very good streak of wins in Spain. He was, about 1 or 2 weeks ago, he became one of the youngest players in the history of chess to reach 2700 ELO club at age 16. He's only 16 years old. I mean, the entire team is so young, combined with some of the best talents in India. And it's so exciting to see them play against some of the best players, against most experienced players on the planet. And it's going to be fun.
Scary good. Just scary good. Well, let's just begin. I noticed that we've got the Shirov game up on our screen there. Yeah, knight c3. Sometimes these move orders by white can be very tricky. White intending to play an open Sicilian. But
Well,
sometimes it's like black wants to play a particular type of Sicilian, and the move knight c3 interrupts the plan.
I think he doesn't want to play the Sveshnikov, and this is actually quite interesting because Alexei himself, obviously throughout the years, has been a mainstream theory follower, right? So
Exactly.
in order to be one of the best players in the world, and Alexei has been among the best players in the world, like in top 10 for decades, basically, right? Okay, maybe
Right.
now he's slightly out of that, but still he's kept his level at 2700.
He's
He plays
dangerous. Yeah.
himself, the Sicilian Sveshnikov.
Right.
So Gukesh is really also become an expert in the Sicilian Sveshnikov. And now we are going to talk about, obviously, d4, c takes, knight e4,
Mhm.
knight f6, knight c3, e5. And lately, Gukesh has played this with a lot of success. And the first game which jumps to my mind is his crushing victory over Abdusatorov just a couple of weeks ago in the Beal GMT tournament.
Right.
Right. So he already played this, he knows this. And one thing I've noticed about Shirov is that something has changed in his playing style, is that he no longer goes for the mainstream theory and he tries to surprise his opponents, right? I mean, maybe goes
Right.
slightly offbeat because he's so skilled that he, I mean, always is going to find good positions out of the opening.
Yeah, for sure. And sometimes the players, especially young players, they look at theory and they look at it very, very deeply, but maybe a little bit shallow. And sometimes the wily old veteran plays a little bit sneaky offbeat line that won't give an advantage, but will give an advantage against any second rate moves. So you try to try to catch your opponent, and in this case, with Alexei's move order, the move e7, e5 was kind of provoked. Bishop c4, d6. They've been arguing this position, the theory of this position, for quite some time. White has played all kinds of moves here, knight d2, which is a very strange looking move. But the idea is you want to control the d5 square. So knight d2, knight f1, knight e3, and you're kind of prepping the move f4. So big theoretical battles in here, but I have to say, Black has basically held his own. And I'm thinking of Timur Radjabov in particular, showing that Black has little to worry in this variation. Shall we go to the top boards for a moment? Let's
Yeah,
start with
we can do that definitely. So the top board is Hare Krishna Pentala against
yes.
Bogdan Diak.
And this again will be India A team versus Romania.
Yeah, and one thing about Diak, unfortunately, it sort of went unnoticed, but I think it was day before or 2 days ago, Diak recently reached 2,700 in the live ratings. So he's only
Applause.
only 20
Applause.
years old, a very, very young player, definitely extremely talented. So to breach the 2,700 ELO, it's something which makes you feel really, really good, right? It's like an achievement.
Oh, no question about it. That certainly is what you're aspiring to. I remember in my day, essentially Anatoly Karpov dominated. I mean, absolutely, absolutely dominated the world of chess, and he would win a huge number of tournaments, like the top tournaments in the world, the Tilburgs, the Begonias, the Linares, all of these top tournaments. And for his 10-year peak, let's say, period, he had a rating, I'm going to say, of 2650 to 2675. That was really, really, really great. And I remember breaking into the top 10 with the 2600. And I don't want to talk about inflation because I do believe that the players of today are much stronger overall than the players of yesteryear. But it was like when I broke into the 2600, which might be the 2700s or 2800s of today, I'm not sure. It was a really, really, really good feeling. And just kind of felt, let's say, this applause from my colleagues. They're like, "Welcome to the club."
Yeah, this is important. This is an
Yes,
important like milestone. And
exactly.
I think also every chess player wants to have some kind of a milestone. So okay, let's say I have a very big goal. I want to become a world champion. How do I get
Exactly.
there, right?
Right.
And one of the milestones is like breaking into 2700, getting access to super tournaments, 2750. So
Yeah,
at age 20,
precisely.
2700, it's absolutely incredible. And Team Romania now looks really, really good because let again to remind you that recently Richard Rappert he switched from Hungary to Romania, right? I mean,
Right.
it's not still final deal, but I'm pretty
Right.
sure it's
Today.
it's about to happen. And then look at the Team Romania.
Yeah, I know. Any team which has Richie on the first board is going to give you a tickle, no question about it. And yeah, and then you have players like Lupulescu, very solid, I want to say veteran. So I always like that mix of a team that has, your danger squad, the youths, with a little veteran to calm the kids down, go for it. By the way, in the game that we're featuring, I see that this move order by Black, knight f6, knight d7, which is something I favored throughout my entire career as Black. I like. Okay, I've also played the c7, c6, queen a5, Cambridge Springs. But when I wanted, no, I mean in the current position.
Ah, you mean here? Okay.
Yeah, in the current position, I played c6 and queen a5 to Cambridge Springs. When I wanted to be solid, I played bishop e7, h6 and castles with the idea of knight e4 and or c5. And it's very, very tough. These Queen's Gambit declined the old school for even with all of the modern engines to prove advantage, like something serious and playable for white. It's not easy. I mean, solid is good.
I think yeah, it's easier in nowadays. It's easier to equalize with Black than trying to get an advantage for White because theory
Seems
has
so.
moved on. And also, I think we are going to move on to the
Please,
second board of
let's do it.
India against Lupulescu.
Let's
India
do it.
against Romania. Yeah, here we go.
And again, it's kind of a Queen's Gambit decline this time. And I'm seeing it more and more these days. I guess, should I give thanks? I don't know, to Wesley. So the black squared bishop is on c1. It's not on g5. And Wesley has been playing these lines with f3 as bishop d2 and e4, as you're pointing out. And he's been hitting the
Yep.
opponent pretty good. By the way, who's on turn?
It is Black to move. One thing we immediately probably have to check very
That's
quickly.
what I need.
Yeah,
Yes.
this is still an opening theory. If this shot goes through, right? Knight
Yes.
g4, king g1 obviously is very bad. There's a
And
lot
we
of
lose.
problems. Think about queen f2, queen h4, black at least has a draw, but usually this is very crushing. And that's the
Right.
thing. Here you might have access to king g3. Queen
Right.
g5 looks scary, but somehow either e4 or something else. Maybe not e4, maybe
F4 usually, right?
f4 here, and somehow
Bishop.
there's no mate, right?
Yeah, bishop d2, and the idea is to threaten rook h1
Yeah.
and cause Black to try to rush his play. And I remember very, very vividly. Please look it up. A big to our audience. I encourage you. It was Gary Kasparov White versus I believe the computer engine was Deep Jr. in a match in New York where the computer engine played Bishop h2, King h2, and it was a Donnybrook. It was really a crazy, crazy game. Ended in a draw, a perpet. And I remember Maurice Ashley and I were just shocked when the computer played Bishop h2, because it's the kind of sacrifice, Bishop h2, that the computer says absolutely good, or it just wouldn't play it. And we just couldn't believe it, that it was even good. It didn't seem to us that Gary had done anything wrong that might allow it. So Bishop h2, we'll keep that one in mind. How about board 3?
Yeah, let's move
Or
on. So
yes,
bishop h2 right now is impossible, but doesn't mean it's not possible a move or two later. So white needs to watch it out. Board
right.
3 is Arjun Gaisi against Mircea Parlegras.
What the heck?
This is
uh, there's some strange looking fractures in the pawn structure here, Arturs. I'm not quite sure. It might take me a little while to just come to grips with what's going on in this game.
I think we very quickly have a glimpse how did this happen. Nins over
Right,
f3.
right.
Whoa, e4. Okay, c6. Okay, it's also a move.
But
And
E4 is
e5, counter strike, not taking the pawn in e4. Let's not go into details. I guess knight
G4
e4 is some queen g4 ideas. The pawn on
exactly.
g7 is under attack. e5, very nice counter attack. Super
Wow,
sharp. Wow.
definitely. No, this is how do you say it's not been on my opening laboratory board. This is all new to me. And rook e8, the players are playing pretty rapidly. So I'm going to assume this is theory. But okay, if we can just imagine bishop e3, I think everybody
Right.
would love to develop with a tempo.
Now the question is where the queen goes. I guess not knight
Exactly.
c5. That's a pin. Maybe queen c7.
Okay, queen c7 for sure. And let's just say I bring my rook uh, across the open board. Yeah, something like rook f1.
Well, about these positions, I think it's quite clear that white needs to show something really, really aggressive very fast. Because if nothing
Exactly.
happens, if he is remaining with this pawn structure, he'll be simply busted, right? So imagine trading this bishop somehow. Black takes on e5, knight returns to f6. You have these terrible pawns in your face, right? I mean, they're
Right.
just super, super weak. So white needs to be very aggressive, very straightforward, like, I don't know, kingside attack or something to prove what he has for those ruined pawns.
Well, for sure, but he might just be able to do it. There's a lot of how do you say, avenues, highways that are open for attack that mm, appear, at least to my eyes, to hold some promise to have open F file. There is a um, what I want to say, open D file. So some avenues, something very interesting going on here. We'll definitely have to keep our eye on this one. And finally, the fourth and final table of this top board match. Okay, now we're in a theoretical position.
Right.
Everybody's happy. We know what we're doing. Lots and lots of draws have been featured from this. Can we call it Tabia position?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, indeed. Tabia position. So maybe it's quite important to note here is that Black is about to lose a pawn, right?
Yes.
So he voluntarily does it. There's no queens on the board. So the big point is that after rook takes on d5, many people will do it without like hesitating. But the thing is, after b6, bishop e6, a white pawn on a2 is weak. The pawn on c3 is weak, and Black is ahead in development. So it really
Absolutely.
takes a skilled player to navigate this properly. And I like this choice by Norway and on, obviously, right? Because if you
Right.
don't know properly how to play this out, you can very quickly get into trouble with white color.
Yeah, exactly. And if you take the move b7, b6, let's just show one example: knight takes d4, rook takes d5. How it's easy for white to get in trouble instead of the move b6. If we just replace that for a moment with the move knight e4.
Oh,
So
okay.
you see knight e4, and as white, you go, hey, oh, this is fine. I'm going to go c4. I want to keep a pawn. Then the guy goes bishop e6, and you go, oh, this is fine too. I'm very happy. I'll go rook d4. I want to keep the pawn. And then the guy goes knight c3, and you go, okay, well, this is kind of getting a little annoying because now the guy is harassing me over there. I'll go a3, and you put a3 on the board. And then the guy goes like rook to c8. and you start going, well, wait a minute. I can see the guy is going to go rook to c5, rook to c8, maybe rook to a5. And how am I going to keep my extra pawn? And in the meantime, I don't want to go really bishop e2. And what am I going to do with my king? And it's very easy for you to start to think like, well, I lost my advantage and I'm not even sure how I did
Yeah,
it.
that's a brilliant point. And the modern chess has more and more examples of this, like sacrificing long-term.
Exactly.
Sacrificing pawn for a long-term compensation for easy to play position. And like I already said, it really takes a good understanding of this position to properly navigate out. I think
Exactly.
we have
Please.
to go back to the Team India too.
Okay.
Very,
Let's do
very
it.
quickly, looking again, Gukesh's game, but maybe then after Gukesh, let's move on to the second, third, fourth board, and let's have a glimpse for all the teams. So we already did talk about slightly Gukesh here. I don't see a lot of moves being played here.
No, this is the
Sure.
Alexei Shirov game. We also spoke about 92, 95 is certainly moved, but then Black is usually ready to challenge the d5 square, just bishop e7, knight f6, and start hacking away.
All right. So 95 is a good positional move, and Sheriff is trying to get the so-called minimal advantage.
Right.
I think I already said this before. He's no longer trying to follow the most modern theory. He's just trying to get these playable positions after the opening, because he probably, Yasa, you can definitely relate to that. In order to stay on top of things at the highest level and play the thematical lines all the highest theory, I don't know, you have to input so much work that many people just don't want to do it.
And unfortunately, life catches up with us too. I mean, it's one thing to put in all your energy as a teenager when you're staying at mom and dad's place and all your bills are paid. It's another thing, when you're in your mid 30s and your 40s and suddenly you have your own family and you can't put in all of the energy and hours that you've been used to putting in earlier. It takes a toll. It really, really, really does. And like you just said, today with the databases and the engines, you're constantly honing your openings, your defenses, you're up to date with the latest novelties, checking them. And it just requires an enormous amount of time. So in the past, we couldn't do it. We just couldn't do it. We needed seconds. We needed coaches. We needed trainers. The Soviets supported their top players with those things. Today, whether you're Russian or Romanian or American or Dutch, you got to pay your trainers. And so, when you look at Magnus and you say, wow, Magnus, you're so good, you're great. It's because he's got a team of people behind him. And I mean, a real team who are really just feeding him, the best ideas that they can come up with over 100-hour week.
I think he's also the best because the very best are helping him, right?
That's
it's
what I
very
mean.
important to have this team, because very often, for example, you look at Magnus, all we see Magnus, right? We don't see the entire team behind him. For example, for the World Championship match, they have so many top grandmasters sharing the ideas, brainstorming, etc.
That's right.
Working nights. I believe also in the Olympiad, probably the coaches like Robert Cass for United States, he's probably not even sleeping, working during the nights, delivering the ideas. There you go. There's your package, morning package in the morning, and then he goes to sleep.
Right. And I remember this very vividly during the 2018 World Chess Championship match between Bobby and Magnus in London. And I was in St. Louis calling the action, blah, blah, blah. And at one moment, I ran into Grandmaster Alejandro Ramirez. And I said, Alejandro, you look terrible. What's your secret? And he said, well, I was up till like 6 o'clock in the morning last night. I was looking at this line of the Sveshnikov with knight d5, and I came up with a very important idea, a4, b4, and I spent the hours from 2 in the morning to 8 in the morning refining them, and I just sent the file to Fabi in London. And Fabi used the idea. It was good enough for a draw and an advantage, but it wasn't good enough for a win. And so yeah, you got these teams not necessarily physically on premises with you, but it really struck me that, what you see this very nice person, Fabiano, and as you said, Artur, you don't see the depth of the squad behind him.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, talking about the boards, the second board, there was
Yes,
an IQP position. It's pretty much standard. Now
yes,
already
I saw
switched to
that.
the third board. It's Santos Latasa Jamie, one of the young talents of Spanish chess. It's a clash between talents because here in black is Prague. Again, one of the superstars of Indian chess, looks quite peaceful to me, but if somebody can get something out of this position, is definitely white, because I see the perspective of a good knight against the bad bishop.
Yeah, exactly. And I know that Juan Dinglerin plays these positions very well for black. I look at that dark square bishop and it gives kind of me a little bit of a shudder. Yeah, I know the chess engines say even, but I think long term it's more dangerous that black can lose the position than win the position.
Right. Absolutely.
I got a nice question from Curling Biceps. And thank you for the question. Has a hosting country ever got number one, number two, number three, all medals? No, not even close, in fact. I remember in 1994, I went to Moscow to play for the U.S. Olympic team there. And, prior to that, event taking place, there was a genuine fear. It's like, holy smokes, we're going to go to Moscow where teams Russia 1, 2, and 3 are dangerous. They could win potentially and sweep the medals category. It didn't happen. And I always thought that if there was any one country in the world that could happen, it would have been there and then. Today, yeah, you kind of might think that India is pretty darn good. China, like they've got deep squads. But in truth, I would have said, hey, if the United States hosted an Olympiad where we get 3 teams, I got to tell you, we'll put up Sam Sevian, Jeffrey Jean, Hans Niemann, and we've got some dangerous juniors out there too.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Olympiad in United States, that's something I'm absolutely towards looking for.
Oh yeah, that would be fun. One of the things about the Olympiad, by the way, sorry to get off topic of the games, we'll flip to another board if you don't mind as well, because this position.
Let's jump to the board number 4.
Is when you think about the teams, the number of people, the number of coaches and trainers and FIDE delegates, and for that matter, just visitors, you're probably in the neighborhood of 5,000 hotel nights per day. In other words, 5,000 rooms. You've got so many visitors, so many guests, so many players, so many teams, and blah, blah, blah. And then you start to say, oh my gosh, like you can't just have the Olympics in a city that doesn't have a large number of hotels, full stop. And then you start thinking to yourself, well, what city does have a large number of really, really big hotels? And you immediately think Las Vegas.
Right.
And Las Vegas hosting an Olympiad. Well, that will be fun. I got to tell you, that is that is quite the city to host the Olympiad. Now, what do we have here? What game are you showing at this moment? Because this is
Adiban against
intriguing.
Turizaga. It's an eternal struggle because black has 2 knights. Black has slightly, okay, maybe it's not even advantage in development. And we might see, again, the classical hanging pawns. If black at some point is going to play something like, let's say, let me just make some random, something like castle, c takes, e takes, bishop
Yes.
b7, and maybe black is claiming, that I can touch these pawns and make you feel slightly uncomfortable. However, I see these two very strong bishops
Right.
controlling, menacing diagonals, and I just
That's right.
feel there's going to be d5, not e4 ideas on the board.
No, yeah, D5, 95, 94. Yeah, I
D5.
agree wholeheartedly. Black might look forward to an endgame, but as Michael Tal famously said, before the endgame, the gods have placed the middle game, and I thank those gods. And yeah, I see castles, bishop b2, d5, knight e5, and I say, look out, because those hanging pawns, you betcha, you like black's endgame chances, but be careful. There's some dangerous bishops lurking.
Exactly. All right, let's move on to the next match. The next on the list is England against Armenia. After that, we are going to switch to United States, also
Yep.
one of the biggest favorites, but let's do it everything in a row. First board, England against Armenia, is Michael Adams against Gabriel Sargsyan.
Yeah, and to talk about wily veterans, Gabriel he's seen this, I want to say, more than his fair share of gold in Olympics, because he has played on Armenian teams that have won the Olympics. England has one of those teams that on paper is great and truly dangerous. You get past the British team 2.5, 1.5, you thank your lucky stars. And yet somehow England, really has underperformed. I remember them performing incredibly well in 1986 in Dubai, but always a great squad. England always seems to send, I think they're missing Nigel Short today, or full stop. But
Right.
They send these great squads, but somehow they don't find themselves on the podium. I just don't know what it is. But the English team, strong team. Take a look at that card.
Absolutely. Yeah, Michael Adams is used to be about 2750, obviously world-class player. He's still about 2700.
Yep.
I think the core of the team throughout the years, guys, remain throughout pretty much the same. So we have Michael Adams, Luke McShane, David Hubble, Gavin Jones. I mean, they're today playing. I think I've seen them playing together for 10 years maybe, right?
And throw in Nigel Short as well. And right. I think David Howell recently had some marvelous result where he was easily having a TPR, a tournament performance rating, near to the 2800, and he's on board 3. So wait a minute. This is a really, really dangerous British team. Now, the question is, can they put these ghosts of Olympics past behind them and perform like the squad everybody hopes? That's going to be very interesting. They've certainly had a good start, Artur. So a lot for English fans to cheer at this moment.
Right, absolutely. And here you see, we also have them on the camera. We see David Howell, I see Luke McShane, Robert Hovhannisyan is on the fourth board. Let's jump to the second board since we start to talk about it. So here, I mean, it's a quiet Italian, right?
Yeah.
I don't expect much action, but one thing about Mickey Adams that I really love, I mean, he's nicknamed like Spider, right? And he slowly does it. I mean, slowly approaches, outplays the opponent, and I'm a huge fan of his positional play.
Exactly.
He's one of my biggest idols when it comes to very simple chess. If you want to teach somebody how to play very simple positional chess, you just show Mickey Adams games, and you just like a true master squeeze water out of stone from simple positions. And so this might be one of those games. But yeah, like I said, let's jump to the next board.
Yeah, for sure. Just on the list of compliments, one of the things I've strongly recommended throughout my entire career to amateur players, when they want to learn an opening, doesn't matter what opening or defense you want to learn, pick a guide. Pick a guide. What do I mean? I want to play, doesn't matter, the knight or Sicilian. I'm going to pick a guy. I'm going to pick MVL. Whatever MVL does against Bishop G5 in the Najdorf, I'm going to go with that. Whatever MVL does against Bishop E2 in the Najdorf, I'm going to go with that. So I pick a guide and I follow their repertoire. So I was asking Grandmaster Eric Hansen of Canada on one of the streams. I said, you know, you're playing this opening as white. Who's your guide? He says, well, Mickey. Mickey is my guide for all my openings with white. Whatever Mickey plays against the Sicilian, I'm with him. Whatever he plays against the Berlin, I'm with him. And I just thought, damn, I mean, that was really impressive that so many people have that type of respect for Mickey Adams. That means he's doing something right. What do we have here on the next board?
Right, this is Melkomian against Luke McShane. A5 is a slightly odd move, but this is typical Queen's
Indian,
Indian,
yeah.
Right? And usually the play revolves somehow about d5 knight e4. So I'm not really sure specifically here. Can you play d5 knight e4, try to block the bishop? Because the big idea at some point, you jump away with this knight, either knight e4 or knight h4. I see these moves probably are impossible. But the big point is I want to take on d5 because you see that's a pin here. And if you play something like c6, keep the pawn, I think this makes white a very, very happy person. But of course, there's a problem of c5 and d4, right? This changes everything.
I'm more used to seeing these d5 moves when the knight is on b1 and the knight is on f6. So yeah, I see d5, e takes d5, knight d4, and or knight h4 as Polygaevsky originally played the line. The problem I see with d5 in the particular position, besides, as you pointed out, black is ready to take the pawn, is that the let's say, yeah, what happened next? A5, B3, or?
Yeah, so B3. I mean, here it's interesting that black is not yet committing himself to either C5 or D5, because I felt that C5 is really asking to be played, but there must be something wrong with D5. I'm not sure why he's not doing this.
Yeah, I was just going to say in the position with after A5, if you play D5, one of the problems with D5 is in some ways, I like what you say, taking the pawn. After all, why not? But here, the problem as I see it is the move A5 was intended to prevent B4 and stuff like that. But yeah, you give up the C5 square and maybe bishop F6, you give up the diagonal as well. So bishop F6, and if you wanted to play like you suggested, knight D4, there is this problem of C7, C5 against knight D4. And you might ask yourself, well, why did I walk into this pin? I mean, that was not the most clever thing I ever did. And by the way, I did actually want to recapture, not with the pawn, I wanted to recapture with the knight there after bishop, D5, bishop F6, knight D4, C5, D6.
You want to take on C6 with the knight, but this allows me to take on C6.
Yeah, exactly. And I wanted to go knight takes c6, bishop takes c6. And I said, if anybody's better, black has actually completed his development. Well, he's about to connect his rooks, I should say. And the bishop's, pretty darn good on the f6 diagonal. So I think that the black has solved his opening challenges at this point.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah. Let's move on to the third board. David Howell is playing against Samuel Tersahakyan, another experienced Armenian grandmaster. We could briefly see David very close up in the camera. Here you see the entire team, Armenia against England. Very, very tough match. Yeah. This is a ground fault, is it? No? Yeah, looks like a ground fault to me.
Yeah, when knight takes c3, and we traded something on the c6 square. That is, this variation of the group. Oh, there you go. I remember I had the white side of this against one Gregory Kaidanov. Big shout out to Gregory. He's he's been one of the great stalwarts, I want to say, of American Olympic teams as well. Wonderful player. All right. Well, that move rook c8 certainly is an easy one to understand. Black is ready to capture on d4, liquidate his queenside weaknesses. The bishop on g7 is lurking, saying, hey, when that long diagonal opens up, the rook on a1 will be in an ambush.
I guess a lot of depends. A lot of depends what happens after bishop a3. C takes. If black can get rid of this weakness very quickly, because if he can't, then white will simply play rook d1, rook c1, e3, and black is always worse. So there must be some kind of a tactical shot like c5.
Precisely. And I think that's exactly the move that black would look at in that position that you have on the board, c5. If you take with the bishop, there could be an issue. you might run into knight d7 and get your feelings hurt because there's a traffic problem for white along the c file here. So you were going to capture with the pawn, Arturs. You sensed that there was an issue there. Yeah.
Right. And now somehow black is going to win back the pawn, I guess with the same knight e7 somehow.
Yeah.
Attacking
and there's
the rook.
your ambush. Yeah.
Yeah, and if white is not, again, very careful, this is how things can change very quickly. Rook d1, knight c5, suddenly black has no weaknesses. White has one on d3. So that's why, again, this is one of those moments where the quality of the moves is extremely important. I think that also for Havel, it's quite obvious that c takes on d4 and c5 is going to happen. And David is a notorious thinker. I mean, he spends so much time. He's like Grishuk, but from England.
Right.
Spending so much time on over the boards often gets in time trouble.
And normally speaking, every team is cursed with at least one player who's always in perpetual time trouble. And it's sort of like whether you're a team captain or a team player, you say, I don't want to look at Alexander Grishuk's game because I know he's got 2 minutes on the clock and I'm going to get nervous, And there's always one guy, you go, dude, like why after 3 hours of play, you're the only one on the entire team who's under 10 minutes.
Right.
And then sometimes you're blessed. Sometimes your team is blessed, Arturs, with a super talent. Viswanathan Anand, who plays all of his moves in 15 minutes.
Yeah.
And it's sort of like, who was Speedy Gonzalez over there who's just going talk, like he knows everything? And those guys are really, really dangerous. But it's those time trouble guys that, like just, you're feeling your heart go, watch out for the high blood pressure.
Indeed. All right, let's move on to the fourth board. Robert Kafkarisyan. Playing against Gavin Jones, against some theoretical struggle.
That looks like some open Spanish variation where this knight.
I'm not really sure, but might be 94. Okay, big theory.
Open. Yeah, I could. How do you say? I could see the skeletal remains of well trodden path. One of the amazing things about the open Spanish is when you think, well, what's the oldest modern variation? A lot of people will tell you Ruy Lopez. Okay, Ruy Lopez makes sense. Then within the framework of the Ruy Lopez, what's like one of the variations? Well, the open Spanish, right? I mean, there's a pawn hanging on e4. You got to capture it, right, Archers? So
yeah,
the open Spanish, going back to million, I don't want to say a million games, but I want to say a lot of games in the database with this move, and knight takes e4. You left your pawn hanging, dude.
And for some reason, you cannot really take the pawn. This would be actually titled, I believe, as regeneration.
Correct.
It's almost like getting black immediately to, if not very bad position, then clearly something you don't want to go. So black gives up the pawn.
Whoa. You You're talking about a childhood favorite here, Artur. Just a second. The Riga Gambit. Let's show our viewers what we're talking about now. Wait a minute. I loved the Riga Gambit as black. So yeah, no, pardon me, D5. No, but yeah, B5. Yeah.
This
No.
is the one, right?
Yes, this is the one. Knight takes C6. I was taking on H2, I think.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I slowly forgotten. Okay, takes,
Yeah,
takes. I'm sorry, not takes, of course, because that leads perpetual check.
Exactly.
And King H1.
King H1 is the main move, right? And then it was like Queen H4.
Already slightly forgotten, to be honest.
Yeah, and then it's Rook takes E4. What a spectacular move. If you don't know that move, you're going down as white. And it's Queen D8 check. Another spectacular move. And then this is the position where you get 2 pawns and a rook for 2 minor pieces. And the theory considers that the position is better for white. But why did I give up the Riga Gambit? Go back to the position for a moment with, go back. It was,
There's something else.
Yeah, there was something else. It was, hold on, it was not knight takes D4. I apologize. Not knight takes
Bishop
D4.
C5, maybe.
No, for white. So rook E1, D5. And the reason I gave up this position as black was because of the move C4. Damn. That was a nasty move for me. When I first saw C4, I went, uh-oh.
Yeah, right.
And the idea is he's threatening to take on D5 and go knight C3. Oh boy, oh boy. But now I think it's time to kind of take a look at Team USA. And as we segue into that matchup of Team USA for just a moment.
Let's go there. And we also have a profile for Team USA. Take that first, and then move on to Team USA games. Stay tuned, watch the video. We'll be back in a moment.
Exactly.
With a couple of powerhouse countries on the sidelines, Team USA is the popular choice to take gold at the 44th Olympiad. Blessed with a talented roster led by Fabiano Caruana, the top-seeded Americans are looking to secure gold as they did 4 Olympiads ago back in 2016. That gold medal was historic for the United States, as it was the first gold for Team USA since 1976, a drought that spanned across 5 decades. Loaded with Olympiad experience, Caruana and Wesley So were both key contributors to the gold medal team in 2016. Even one of the newest members to Team USA, Levon Aronian, is no stranger to competing at the Olympiad. Aronian bagged gold while representing Armenia during a stretch in which that country won 3 gold medals across 4 straight Olympiad appearances. Also making his Team USA debut in Chennai is Lanier Dominguez. Considered to be one of the strongest players ever to come out of Cuba, Dominguez rounds out a Team USA roster with few weaknesses. Coached by Chess.com commentator Robert Hess, Team USA's roster is so deep that reserve Sam Shankland would likely play first board for most countries in this year's event. As expected, Caruana leads Team USA as the first board. But even with a gold medal already under his belt, Fabi heads into this Olympiad with plenty of motivation. Coming off his clunky finish at the Candidates Tournament, Fabi will need to find his game for the US to realize its potential as the favorites. Carrying 3 of the top-ranked players at the 44th Olympiad while facing a significantly weakened field of countries, the United States is well-positioned to come away from India with just its 3rd gold medal since 1937. The time for Team USA is now.
Missed the start. This is the round 5 of the Olympiad, 11 rounds to be played in total, and now we are following the action of Team United States playing against Israel.
Yes, indeed. And I see we've got our first board up there, Fabi. Strangely enough, we're a little bit cursed. Team America is a little bit cursed on First board, we scored 50%, 2 draws, a win, and a loss on board 1. That's not cutting it. We were expecting that Fabi and Levon, who have both played first board, something around 75% would be very, very satisfactory for our board 1. 50%, no. So a little bit of a curse. We have a position here which is a little bit strange to my eyes. Black has given up the 2 bishops. He's got his fair share of the center control, however. But what is the white bishop doing on h3? I mean, it's kind of
That beats me. I mean, I have no idea what's doing there.
Like, normally speaking, G2, G3, 99.999% of dentists who play the fianchetto recommend putting it on G2.
So why the bishop goes to G2, it's controlling the long diagonal, but the bishop H3, he must have had some ideas to play E4, I guess. I don't know.
Very unusual. Let's just leave it at
Quite
that.
unusual indeed. So this is what I played. It's he took Niemann on E7, not on F6. Now white enjoys the 2 bishop advantage, which doesn't really feel. But Yasser, actually I'm quite happy to see Fabi playing today, because I thought that after yesterday's surprising loss against Abdusatorov with the white color, it was almost like a good bet to expect that the team leader of United States is going to take a break. And I love to see him back. It's like, no, I'm not affected. It was just one unfortunate round. I want to help my team. This is an important match. And this is what a team leader should do.
Exactly, 100% with you. I mean, there's no question that team captain John Donaldson said, okay, Fabi, you're resting. And the only reason that Fabi is not resting is because he said, no, I am not. I am playing tomorrow. I am most definitely playing. That's something a team captain wants to hear. It says, okay, are you sure? I'm positive. Okay, you're in. And that's the way it works, because you lose, you're benched. End of story. Except when you're number 1 board, you can overrule team captain. If you're if you're first reserve, or actually there's no first reserve anymore, you're reserve. You lose on the reserve board, and you go, let me in there, coach. I want to play. You go, no, you're not playing. Dude, you're sitting. You lost. So the first board, and only the first board, gets to overrule the team captain. Knight H4.
Right, this is really, really interesting, because sometimes the team captain also, I mean, I'm not sure what happened here with Team USA, but sometimes already, you mentioned this a couple of days ago, Yasser, is that team captain sees the situation differently as the players. Of course, usually it's a democratic process, right? So everybody gathers in the common room and they discuss who wants to play tomorrow. Captain has ideas, players have ideas, and very often the opinions are the same. But sometimes somebody has a different opinion. Like, I mean, I definitely want to play, and the captain says, no, you're not. And this reminds me your story about Judith Polgar. You're right? So
right. So just to be clear, everybody out there might be thinking Democrat, and you're okay, and I'm okay, and we're going to vote and come together, common ground, and we're all going to sing Kumbaya at the end. Yes and no. I hate to hurt anybody's feelings, but the reality is we have a benign monarchy. I am the team captain. What I say goes. And yes, I'm going to do what obviously is best for the team. And yes, I want to do what is the most popular thing to do. But sometimes the team captain just simply has to overrule the popular vote and say, no, we're going to go with our top 4. We're going to swing for the fences, and I want everybody to play for a win. Now, you all go and have a good night's sleep.
That's what it makes it really exciting, the team events, because it's not the same as playing in super tournaments. It's not the same as playing a single tournament yourself. I mean, nobody can tell you what you're supposed to do. You do it yourself. You do whatever you want. You want to play the Berlin draw, you make it and nobody can say anything about it.
Right.
Even when different rules apply, it's the team result that really matters, because once again, if you could check very quickly the format of the tournament, this is 11 round robin Swiss tournament, and we have 4 players to be playing for a team. There you go. There you see there's the format. 4 players are playing for the team, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1 reserve player, and the team captain, the monarch, the boss decides who is gonna step in, who is feeling best for tomorrow. So in the end, all that matters is the team result.
Bingo. Now this move knight h4 is putting a question to Fabi. Fabi is being asked, do you want to try to essay a pawn sacrifice with f5, f4 as black? In which case white, I believe, is intending to capture on c8 and capture on f4 and try to say my knight on h4 is temporarily misplaced. But how are you going to exploit, my offside knight? And I'm a pawn up. I mean, so that's one thing. Do you want to play the move g7, g6? Because if you do want,
maybe just play a castle.
Okay.
Because, look at this position. I have a very basic question to white, which I'm not sure what the answer is going to be.
Yes.
Where are you going to put your king?
That's right. That's exactly right. You've got your fair share of the center. You've got your, I want to say, a good development, and then you want to save king. White's king at the moment is not looking anywhere near safe. After you make the move castle, I'm probably not putting my king on the king side. That just feels like that's got danger written all over it. Probably I'm going to play a move like rook g1, funnily enough. Rook g1, and I've got a threat, knight f5, right? And you can play, I don't know, a move like knight h5, perhaps? I don't know.
Maybe even knight e4 could be a move.
Okay.
Or knight h5. Yeah, knight h5 looks very good. You're right.
Right. And then I've got to drop back with my knight f3. And in my mind, I'm thinking I'm probably castling queenside. But yeah, I mean, a crucial moment right here. Do we want to play the move f4, or do we want to play g6? With g6 comes the responsibility that we weakened our dark squares on the king side, and white has the dark square bishop. So Fabi has a question, and as we look at some of the other games as well, I see we've got a question from the social media, from the chat. Philosopher Stone Philosopher, that's nice, asks me, do you still see Team USA as the team to beat? No question about it. They dropped 1 match point yesterday in round 4, but no question about it. Team USA is coming in as a very, very heavy favorite. What Team USA did yesterday was, I want to say, poke themselves. And now they say, okay, from now on, our job is to beat everybody. We're going to have to beat Team India A. We're going to have to beat Team India B. We're going to have to beat who's ever on first, second, third, fourth boards. And we're just going to sweep the ranks. So yeah, I mean, I think America is a little bit shaken by yesterday's result.
First rounds are not really so impressive. I mean, they're scoring the victories, but you can feel sort of struggling. They're struggling, and this burden of being the pretty serious ELO favorite before the tournament, it's quite tough. But well, I mean, there's still more than half of the Olympiad to be played. And by the way, Yasser, now that we're talking about United States, there's a featured chat question from Mount Milk, a reader. Why does the USA not buy Magnus? It will make their team a lot stronger. What do you think about that?
Well, first of all, Mount Milk, a great question. Seriously, it's a great question. You're being facetious, of course, tongue in cheek. But the reality is, and I really mean to emphasize this in the nicest way, America is a country of immigrants. Stop. America is a country of immigrants. American chess owes a great deal of thanks to the entire, what was the Soviet bloc, because so many Soviets, former Soviet, Russian players and trainers immigrated to the United States. Thanks to the massive immigration of these Slavic peoples, they really raised the pool of knowledge of chess. Like, I thank to this day grandmasters Roman Djindjiashvili from Georgia, Lev Albert, Leonid Shamkovich, Lane, and it just goes on and on and on and on. So I'm very, very grateful to Nikolai Minev, the international master from Bulgaria, who became my trainer for 20 years. And without that, massive immigration, chess in the United States would be so much poorer, so much weaker. And America has been very, very attractive as a nation to immigrants, very welcoming. And today we see from Cuba, from Armenia, players from all over the world are coming and flocking to America. And welcome, welcome, welcome to each and everybody. Back to the question of Magnus. So
Magnus is going to stay in Norway, I'm pretty sure.
But I wanted to say, I went to Oslo. I was commentating on the match between Magnus and Wesley So, again from the Philippines, Wesley, and said to Hendrik, the father of Magnus, dude, why don't you bring your entire family to the United States? we would welcome you with open arms. And he said, well, I don't think I said, come on, you'd be perfect. You fit right in. Magnus would make 10 times as much money as he is in Norway. Oh, 10 times?
All right. Magnus is going to stay in Norway, and don't worry about that in case you're worried. But let's move on. And here you see that F4 is played by Fabi, and I don't like White's position, to be honest. But let's move on to the next board. Levon Aronian is playing against Amir Nabati.
Okay, this looks, again, we're seeing a lot of these structures, 4 versus 4, 3 versus 3. This one looks like it just came from a Petrov. I just want to say, White, if minusculely better, tiny, it doesn't look like anything but a draw is in store in this one.
Yeah, it looks quite equalish. That's the thing about Petrov, why everybody plays Petrov. I mean, I play myself e4, then comes e5, yuck. You play knight f3, then comes second yuck, knight f6, right? Oh,
right.
This means it's going to be, slightly difficult to get an advantage. So Petrov is notoriously known as a defense which is super, super solid. Fabi himself plays it. Many top players. I think Nepomniachtchi also plays it.
Anatoly Karpov, Vladimir Kramnik, Boris Gelfand, Fabiano Caruana, oh my gosh, Wesley So, Lanier Dominguez, everybody, Jan Nepo Minashi, everybody has it in their repertoire, and I got to tell you, it waxes and wanes. Sometimes it's like everybody plays it, and then suddenly everybody's playing the Berlin or something else. I mean,
all right,
so fashion changes.
This looks equalish. So let's move on to the board number 3. Which is Ilya Smirin, the experience of the Israeli grandmaster, is playing against Wesley So.
Once again, this looks like one of those Berlins where at first sight, you think, oh, White's pressing, but then when you kind of look a little bit deeper, you see, well, wait a minute, it's actually a pretty darn even Steven kind of game. Was the last move rookie too? Yeah, it's a Berlin, right?
It's a Berlin, which is essentially the same, right? I mean,
Yeah.
sometimes the Berlin is the same as Petrov, same symmetrical 4-4 at the queen side, 3-3 at the king side, no weaknesses. Wesley, I think, plays these positions to a draw for breakfast, basically. So I don't see him ever losing this. His job today is play solid. He's done it. He's doing great. Knight c8. The thing is, the rook here cannot stay. There's going to be b6.
D6.
I won't be surprised this game is going to finish like in a couple of moves, because if Smirn, if he really asking himself, I'm going to outplay the mighty Wesley so in such an equal position? Probably not.
Probably not. By the way, I think both players might end up getting in a bathtub line, like for example, rook e2, if you don't mind just putting it on the board for a moment. Yeah, b3, yeah, well, rook e2, and yeah.
Lovely.
Right.
Sure.
The bathtub
Double bathtub,
construct.
yeah?
Yeah,
That's a
double
new term.
bathtub. Yes, the double bathtub. Offset.
All right. Yeah, it's a double bathtub, I guess. Knight c8, so Wesley retreats. He wants to play b6. Maybe we are going to see this game finish in a moment. I mean, still Smirnik has like 1 hour and 10 minutes on the clock, but there should be no illusion this is going to be a draw. Let's move on to the board number 4.
Absolutely. And is this Linear Dominguez then?
Yeah, that's Linear Dominguez. He's playing against Maxim Redstein. Actually, Maxim, he is surprisingly below 2600 because he used to be almost 2700 level player, definitely 26, 70, 80, maybe he was 2700, I'm not really sure. Very strong experience of player and a valuable team member of Team Israel, who also has the same core pretty much throughout the years. Like we talked about England, right? They have the same grandmasters throughout the year. They have a very strong core, solid core, which is basically not changing. The same applies for Team Israel, which doesn't have Gelfand playing, right? If I didn't miss. No, Gelfand is not playing. Yeah.
Yeah, Boris is definitely a stalwart of the Israeli team. Wow. The move knight f6 e8 is certainly for me a very visual move. It's not the first move that comes to mind. Normally speaking, Black is anxious to play the maneuver knight b8 to d7 to f8 to g6. Very, very tried and true. Everybody knows this maneuver. When your queenside pieces are on their original squares in such a structure, the move knight f6 e8, to say it's rare is not correct. It's a never. I just never have seen this move in such a position.
Yeah, usually knight e8 is moves like going back are made to improve the position. So the knight on f6, Black says, hey, this knight is not doing anything there. Let's improve it. Let's put it somewhere else. And the knight on d6, at least from the Black's perspective, is controlling some squares. So I would still say, Yasser, that this is sort of peaceful, theoretical. There's a lot of thinking from both players. So what we're going to do now, we could make a break of something like 5 minutes.
All right.
So that everybody can make a cup of coffee or tea or something. Don't go anywhere. Hope you're liking it so far. And again, dear viewers, to remind you, you can ask us questions in the chat. We are watching what you're saying there. So some of the best ones we might bring out to the feature chat.
Wonderful. See you on the other side of the break.
play chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, chess.com. With hundreds of thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a total beginner or a grandmaster. You can play games at any pace against friends, other members, or one of our many computer personalities. Chess.com makes improving fun and easy. Sharpen your game with tactics puzzles and enhance your strategy with our videos and lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with Chess.com's easy-to-use analysis tool. Regardless of your skill level, Chess.com has all you need to take your game to the next level. Chess.com is your go-to source for chess news, live coverage of tournaments, events, and everything in between. Experience Chess.com anytime and anywhere, whether you're at home on your computer or on the go with our mobile apps. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for? Join Chess.com today.
And we're back live from the 44th World Chess Olympiad. This is round 5 of all of the teams being played here. That's Yasser Serva and I'm Artur Nekshans. We are your hosts for today. And probably now we are going to jump into the ladies section. Yasser.
Well, that was a big jump. Just a second. I'd like to get my fair share, I don't know, of Magnus before we jump to number one.
You want to check Magnus first.
I'm a fanboy. If I don't get my hour of Magnus during each, 5-hour broadcast that we bring, I feel like I'm depriving myself. So just, if you don't mind. Just show me a little bit of love for Magnus. What?
All right, here we go. This is Magnus's position, and after that, we are gonna move on to the ladies section here. Magnus Carlsen, the reigning world champion, is still playing today against Guillaume Vilaya.
Okay.
Actually, it was to be expected that he's not going to play today because
exactly
yesterday, although Magnus won, the team Norway dropped another team match point.
Right.
So it was safe to assume that Magnus is going to take a rest. And again, we talked about being a leader of the team. And Magnus is not only the champion, he's not only the #1 of Team Norway, he's also a leader. Sometimes the leaders need to step up and show something.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
And he stays with the team. And it's very, very important that some people sometimes, forget about it, that you have to be together with the team, even especially when the team's not doing so great. So team in Norway is struggling right now. And that's why Magnus feels he needs to be there. He needs to be there for the team, play this game, and give confidence so that, come on, people, let's just get it going.
Exactly. Nothing like a first board that's inspiring you through example. And Magnus is doing that. The last move, knight d5, by the way, by Magnus. That's a really, really nasty move. As white, you don't want to play bishop takes d5 and just give away the 2 bishops that you've worked so hard for. I mean, the light squares kind of start belonging to black, while your bishop on c1 is an ugly beast. Now, on the other hand, c3 and e3 are being tickled. So knight d5, I think it's got to be knight e4 here for just a moment, if we could put that move on the board.
Yeah.
And I think this is a double-edged position that Magnus is going to kind of like, actually.
But it's already asking for some tactical ideas here. Like after c-takes, there's something happening here.
Exactly. I'm not 100% sure what it is, but it does feel like white's, as we say, cruising for bruising.
It could be knight b4, right, attacking the bishop. There could be some tricks like knight e4, maybe not immediately. By the way, Bar says knight e4 is a playable move. Boom, there you go. Queen b4, I guess knight b6 must be
exactly with the double attack against the queen, the bishop on c4, and Magnus might have just kind of cheapoed or outfoxed his opponent to get an upper hand there. The move f2, f4 seems a little mistimed. Move knight d5 looks advantage. Black, I don't like the move f2, f4 for white.
I think he wants to stop e5 because one of the common themes for black is to play e5, apply pressure against the center, and bring out his bishop. So, for example, let's say if black would have played e5 right away, let's say d takes, black wins the pawn on c5, and now you start to feel the downside of your position. Your pawn structure has seen better days, and black has just a healthy position. So Magnus played rook d8 to play e5, which prompted white to play f4, stopping e5, thinking about, I don't know, some rook f3, maybe rook h3, g5, queen h5 ideas. And this is not enough here.
Yeah, and for me, this move, f4 is just bad, just bad. I think that, sometimes the cure is worse than the disease. Like how bad would e5 have been? Like if we take the move back for a second and we play for white, a decent move. I don't know, bishop to b2, and you go e5, and it's like I forget to resign. Sorry.
But there could be or some other moves as well. I mean, if we don't focus too much on the pawn on c3, for example, there could be move like queen e1, maybe sacrifice the pawn on c3 with some big ideas like either d takes, or, for example, d takes or bishop b2, or bishop b2 d takes, opening the position. Because again, you look at black's position, I mean, it's not like his piece placement is ideal, right? And if white manages to put this monster on b2 and cause some problems along diagonal, it could be something interesting. That being said, I'm not saying f4 is good. I agree with you. Yeah, I agree with you. I think f4, it looks ugly, but there's definitely some ideas also for white.
Okay. I see it as a bad move. Let's move on to the ladies. We've got Canero waiting in the wings. Come on, let's give Team India, the First Ladies team, some love.
So here we have the top board. Yeah, Marie Sebag against Conor Hompi, the strongest Indian player, one of the female players who have reached, I believe, 26 Congress. There are not so many of them, so it's quite an amazing achievement.
Yep.
And here what do we have? It's material equality. Not a lot. Not a lot is happening right now because black is targeting the pawn on a b2. So I imagine that white will have difficulties to defend. The pawn on e5 doesn't have a lot of support. Maybe some 95, 97 tricks somehow give white. But yeah, I see the bar, by the way. It says it's completely equalish. Maybe something like rook d7, try to dislaunch this bishop.
Rook d7 looks like a great move to me.
Yeah, it could be a thing. And bishop e6 is not very good, I guess. You could take it and have some funny ideas to double the rooks on the 7th rank.
Not so funny when you're receiving those rooks. I wouldn't do that, Arturs. I would, if I'm going to trade the rooks as the white player, I'd do it on the F file. I go
That's
rook
a good
F1.
point. That's a brilliant point.
Yeah, so that when you go rook f8 and I trade rooks, my king is actually controlling some business squares, and I go maybe rook t. Oh, you take it with the king. That's yeah. No, I was going to put my rook on b. Sorry. So rook f1, rook f8, rook d6.
Immediately rook d6. All right. All right.
I wasn't sure about rook f4 either. Yeah, it's just like one of those things. Should I go rook b6? Rook? I suspect a draw is in the offing, but I don't think white is suffering.
No, white is that right. Right. Definitely, white is not suffering. And maybe while we're talking about Indian game, let's go to another board, which is Vaishali, who is playing on board 3 against Anastasia Savina.
Okay, this is also a little bit off the beaten track, almost a Benoni-like
Snake Benoni, no?
But yeah, but there's no bishop on g7. It's on a5. White's got this nice wedge in the center. How big is it? Whose turn first of all?
First, it's black to turn. Black to move. That's quite important because white wants to play usually moves like maybe e4, f3 to secure the pawns in the center, and then do something very aggressive for the king side. So
precisely, and you always have to calculate these lines. Bishop takes c3, bishop takes c3, knight takes d5, knight takes d5. You're not winning a pawn because I always have bishop h7 check and queen takes d5. But the immediate queen h5 also, you got to worry about that. It does threaten the knight, it threatens the pawn, it provokes that move. Now, if I can't exploit the diagonal, if I can't exploit this moment, it feels like there's something here, but there's always bishop h7 and queen d5. So no grabbing the pawn on d5.
But I think it's also quite important for black to stop the c4 because let's say we can easily make a couple of not very accurate moves like a6, e4, bishop d7, f3, and in the long
oops, I think
e4, h4, g5 ideas, and what exactly black has at the queen side?
Not much, and I do like the center grip. I like the international master Lawrence Day of Canada. He had this wonderful term, the big clamp. And it's sort of like, it does feel like in that position you were showing, Arturs, that white has a big clamp in the center, d5, e4, f3, and black's pieces are kind of like squeezed for space.
Right. So if I was black, I would be thinking something like rook e8, put the rook on the active square, not threatening some knight e4. But then again, it's not so simple because again, you have to calculate what if white indeed plays e4? Can I really take it on c3, bishop c3, knight e4? Now I want to double check if I'm not missing some tactics like take, I don't know, let's say knight h5, right? That's why they're the best players in the world because they're double checking more than one move ahead. It's not like, hey, I need to come up with a move. Oh, rook e8 is a good move, right?
Exactly.
Right. So it's a lot of thinking ahead. a lot of action is going to be still here ongoing. Let's move on to another board. I believe it's board 2 against Tanya Sachdev against Andrea Navratescu. And this is quite amazing because I'm not sure precisely which month is it, but Tanya is in the last months, right? I mean, she's pregnant 8 or 9 months.
Sorry?
I mean, Tanya
Sachaev is pregnant?
right?
News to me. I saw a photo of her. She didn't look pregnant, but maybe I'm wrong.
Don't tell me I mixed up with somebody, right?
I think you mixed it with somebody else.
That'll be really, really embarrassing.
Yeah, very, very awkward there, Arturs. But I think you got the wrong gal.
Wrong girl?
Wrong girl.
Oh my goodness, the wrong girl. Oh my goodness. So embarrassing. Oh.
There's this great...
Oh, that's Karika.
There's this great line in a trailer.
I just wanted to bring up that, yeah, it's Karika. I'm blushing here. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. It's so bad. I thought that's Stadia. Oh, my mistake. So bad. My apologies.
That's
Right. I should have checked the facts, of course, before. Oh my goodness. All right. You have to forgive me. There is no pun intended. I want to comment. I wanted to not comment, but really say some positive words that, I mean, in the last month, you're still playing chess. And this reminds me how, I think it was from the team Latvia also, Dana Reizniec-Ozola at the last month, she was also playing, I think either in the team, I think it was a team event, playing, and really, really, really impressive. I think she even flew to some far away. All right. So, yeah. The damage is done. The chat says, yes, the internet remembers everything. Thank you for bringing this up. Appreciate that.
Right. So there was this great trailer of a movie, and it was a comedy where the man is doing a job interview for a lady who's actually just a large lady. And he declines her application, says won't be hiring her. And he says, well, good luck with the delivery. And she goes, who's pregnant?
Let's just change the topic, can we? Let's just change the topic.
Very good. Very
so
good.
Embarrassed. All right. All right.
By the way, this looks, funnily enough, like some of the Cambridge Springs positions I would get as black. We mentioned Cambridge Springs earlier in the broadcast, and oftentimes my opponents would have this very nice construction of a knight on c4 and a pawn on b5, and I'd have a light square bishop. So that was very nice for me, and I would often play bishop g7 and knight d5, and who's got the advantage here? And I like the two bishops. It's always been a nice edge. I've nursed them in my fair share of games. Every grandmaster has, and well, okay. I like black.
Yeah. I also, so do I. So that we very quickly complete the roundup. Here is Karika. Yeah, here's the girl. She is now on the camera. She was the one I was talking about. My apologies, of course, I mixed up. So this is Karika's game against Sophie Millet. Looks some sort of a London. And I think now we are going to move on to the next team, which is Team Ukraine, I believe. Right. Team Ukraine is playing against Azerbaijan. And
big matchup here.
Yeah, I think Anna Mozachuk against Govkar Bedulayeva.
And black's last move was f7, f5. Ooh.
No, f6, f5. It was
f6, f5. I was about to say that. Inviting en passant, it looked very, very dangerous for the second player. But it was f6, f5, no en passant. Well, in that case, black is nursing an extra pawn, and I don't see why she shouldn't be happy with the outcome of this middle game.
Yeah, there's definitely some sort of a attack for white. I mean, at the king side, the question is how real is it? I mean, I'm talking about queen g3, h4, h5, but essentially white is missing pieces because black can always play king f7, and the queen on e6 is going to remain forever.
Absolutely.
Unless somehow you make happen this rook d6 idea. Rook d6, take, attack the queen, threaten on g7, but this should be pretty obvious. The Musachuk show, so she's looking great.
Yeah, absolutely. No question about it. I think that we have, by the way, we have Maria there, Maria Musachuk on the camera. Big shout out to
That
the
is the
production
second
team to actually match our commentary. You know, there's a first for everything, right, Artur?
Right.
Right.
And while we talk about team Ukraine against Azerbaijan, we have prepared for you a very nice profile. Check it out.
Perched as the 2 seed, Ukraine's women's team is the only squad in either the open or the women's section with the luxury of carrying more than one world champion. Loaded with talent, this team has also dealt with adversity, rising above the difficulties in their home country and leaning on support from the chess community to get to India. One world champion on this squad is the formidable Maria Musachuk. Crowned world champion in 2015, Maria will play the top board. Maria isn't the only talented player in her family. Her sister Anna is the highest rated second board amongst the women's teams. Ukraine's hopes in Chennai will rest heavily on the power of the Musachuk's 1-2 punch. On board 3 is Anna Ushenina, the other world champion in Ukraine's lineup. The team's most experienced player at age 36, Ushenina captured her world title 10 years ago. Now a decade removed from that success, she remains a pesky matchup for any opponent. In contrast to Ushenina, the youngest players on this squad are the international masters Yulia Osmak and Natalia Buksa. Each of these up-and-coming competitors round out this solid top-to-bottom roster, making Ukraine one of the favorites. The only team in the Women's Olympiad with 3 Grandmasters, Ukraine looks poised to bring home a gold medal for the first time since 2006. A national victory for Ukraine would doubtless be sweeter than ever before.
Welcome back, everybody. We are following the game in the World Chess Olympiad, the women's section. Team Ukraine is playing against Azerbaijan. This is going to be a game of Maria Musachuk against Gunay Mamadzada. You just saw the profile. Your hosts today are Yasa Servan and I'm Artur Nactions.
Absolutely. Hello, everyone. Pleasure to be with you all. And actually, I have a question for the chat. Never mind that you guys can ask us any questions you like, as we like to interact with you. Here's the question, and it's to each and every one of you. Who at this exact moment, after 4 rounds of play in the open section, has the best TPR? I mean, tournament performance rating. Who, in your estimation, is outperforming themselves? We have the answers. We're not going to share the answer with you, but
and do not use chess results, please. That doesn't count. It doesn't count really. So don't you dare.
So Artur's, I mean, I really like it. You know, like engaging with our audience. They always ask us these awkward, difficult questions where we kind of like scratch our heads. I forget. No, turning the tables. Shanky Sam Shanklin, close but no cigar. Do your research, chat. And again, thank you so much for engaging with us, keeping us on our toes, and let everybody know where you're hanging out. David Howell. I gotta say, Arturs, I'm laughing. They're not even close. Where are you going to take us?
Yeah, I think we are. You mean do you want me to name the player?
Not yet. No, I meant
not yet. All right, but let's continue to browse through the games of Team Ukraine against Azerbaijan, and once we're done, we're going to jump back to the open section. So this is Maria Musachuk's game against Mamadzada Gunay, and I like White's position. It's a Marozzi bind. Perfect setup against any d5, b5 breakthroughs. So white is perfectly ready to meet them. Also, g4 is reminding black that his position is slightly cramped. It's not very pleasant.
It's funny. I'm sorry to contradict you on this one. I played the hedgehog all my life on the black side, and I love the endings that I got in the hedgehog. So, for example, in this type of position, after my opponent has played the move g4, just as you've got it on the board here, I would love to play these endgames as black if I could get in the move g7, g5. Let's just say magically I go here, and white plays a bad move, rook c1, let's just say, rook a1 to c1, a very bad move, and I would play knight d7, e5. And I would be like, in my glory, I would be like, I've got these dark squares, and, I won a lot, and I mean a lot of games, rather, I want to say easily, and that's unfair because I was playing in a lot of these open tournaments where I was playing lower rated players, and the hedgehog was just one of those openings, defenses that allowed for 3 results. So it just depends on what type of an ending. If you put white's pawn on g5, what you were just about to do, if white gets in the move g4, g5, and h2, h4, guess what? I want to change sides. I want to play because I like the space. I like, f4, f5 is coming, and I can see what I'm doing. Whereas conversely, when I've got the knight secure on e5, I'm a happy camper. So we'll keep an eye on this one. And
yeah, definitely. But I'm still gonna not agree with you. Yes, sir. I'm a big fan of Marozzi. So it's
okay, good. You see,
it's a clash of taste. I feel right?
Styles, absolutely.
You're the hedgehog big fan. I'm a big fan of the Marozzi bind. But one thing I can agree is that white's setup of the Marozzi is not ideal. Yeah, this I agree. Yeah, because the bishop on b2 is not where it's supposed to be. It should be on e3 with rook c1, and then this bishop also helps. I mean, by the way, it stops your g5.
Yeah, I just wanted to say shout out to a really, really great player from the 70s and 80s. He was a grandmaster from Romania. He's not that well known, Florin Gheorghiu. But for those of you who are looking for a guide as far as the Marozzi bind is concerned, not the Marozzi bind, but the hedgehog, pardon me, apologies. Florin Gheorghiu, played the hedgehog about as good as anyone. And you could see from his endgame prowess, he definitely was in the world's top 10 at one time. And yeah, he was pretty good, as was one Ulf Andersson. Anyway, I wanted to ask if it's okay. Should we reveal our TPR?
Please do that.
Okay, hold on. We got some answers.
Oh,
you guys were so off. You weren't even looking. The spotlight was not on the top 10 teams. But let's see some of the answers. Our production team has collected a couple of names for us. Eric Hansen, no way. Get out of here. Eric gave up a draw early, right? I mean, he's not doing that good. David Howell, not bad. We won't make light of David's results.
There was also mention of David Howell, Noderbek Abdusatorov, Eric Rosen. Eric Rosen is not playing here.
Get out of here, Eric Rosen. Get out. Wesley, not bad. Wesley's been performing. Yeah, has been performing well. What?
Mikhail Sarin has been suggested.
No.
Cash. Those are very, very good ideas, of course.
Yeah. Okay, here's the reveal. Go for it, Archers. Colin, right?
You reveal it.
No, I don't have it in front of me.
I also don't have it in front of me.
So you came
built
to the show. You
built the kite yesterday. What is this?
you came to the show and said, dude, you're not going to believe this. But Murphy, I think it's Team Ireland, right? Murphy Connor?
Yeah, Connor Murphy. Connor Murphy.
3-0. He's an international master?
Yeah, I think so. He's about rated 2400. And it's not one of the top players, but Connor Murphy has beaten some very strong grandmasters. Yeah, let's jump to his game. Maybe we're gonna show it to you on the screen. Now, this is the guy we are talking about. Connor Murphy from Ireland. He had a great start. He beat in the first round. Again, I have to probably pull it up in a moment.
List card, yeah.
Give me a second, please. It's a bit crowdy.
I know he beat the player from Iran.
Right. So he beat in the first round Ashraf Ahmed in the first round. Then he beat in the second round Amin Tabatabai, very strong grandmaster from Iran, who recently was playing in the Grand Prix event, so that you understand the level. And then yesterday, no, it was not yesterday really, or was it yesterday? No, it was yesterday when he beat Matthias Blubaum in this very crazy two bishop double attacking position. I was watching that actually, Yasser. I was watching
crazy.
Dania. We're discussing that position. It's total nuts. I mean,
it was a total mess. Anyway, we reckon that thanks to those 3 victories, that he had something very close, and I want to say 3190 TPR, tournament performance rating after 3 rounds. A big shout out to Colin Murphy for his achievement, remarkable, and continuous success. You have his game in front of us.
Yeah, that's him. That's him playing with black. So he's looking really to improve it. I'm not really sure how this rating performance works. I mean, if his rating performance is 3192, so that you understand, Magnus's rating is 28 about 60. Right. So Murphy is playing 3,192 in this tournament so far, out of 3 games. So Magnus, hold your beer, right? So just wait there.
Yeah, the ELO system does not work well with perfect scores. Perfect scores throw it out of kilter. It needs, some draw and something, and then it kind of recalibrates rather nicely. So somebody who's 1900 could win their first 4 games in an open event, beating everybody who's higher ranked than them, and they could have an outstanding result greater than Magnus Carlsen's. But later, when a draw or 2 or even a loss pops in, then it makes a lot more sense. I like Black's position, by the way. C5 was a nice move. It prepares bishop a7 to b8, bringing the bishop to a much more useful diagonal. And who knows, maybe, I like it. Bishop takes h3, and let's go sacrifice happy on the king side. So something there for Collins fans to cheer.
Maybe not even right away, but at some point.
Right away. I meant with bishop b8 in inclusive.
Right. So bishop b8. There's also bishop a4, one of White's ideas, targeting the rook. This would prompt Black to respond with b5, bishop b3. Maybe now actually,
what we're talking.
At some point, take on h3.
Yeah, you take on h3, you take on g3, you got the e3 square for the rook one day.
Something like this. I'm not saying, again, it has to be done immediately, but it's something you have to pay attention to.
Starts to look good. And like you're pointing out, rook e3, knight g4, easy to play such sweet attacking moves. So, okay.
All right. Well played so far by Connor Murphy from Ireland. If he wins this game, this is the topic I started to talk about. I'm not sure what's going to be his performance rating, how many points he's going to get. Maybe we can return to this topic later. But what do you think, Yasser? We continue now going back to the Open tournament.
Let's do it.
There's a couple of teams I would like to check. I mean, there's obviously so many teams, but this one I would like to check really right now, and that is Team France.
Let's do it.
So Team France has a very interesting lineup, because if you would check the lineup of Team France, they don't really have the top-rated players playing. They don't have Alreza Firouzja, who recently transferred to the French Federation. They don't have Maxime Achille-Lagrave. They don't have Etienne Bacro. But they have young guns, right? They have very impressive names like Jules Massard, which are backed by experienced grandmasters Laurent Fressinet, Mathieu Cornet, and also Maxime Lagarde, very sharp player, put on the fourth board, I guess, to score some points, and Marc-Andrea Morizzi, also a young talent.
Yeah, I mean, it goes to show that France has some depth, that they can not send, like their A team, if you will, but they can send a youth team. And they've outperformed. There's no question that the result yesterday against Team India, India Team A, that is to say, 2-2, was very, very credible for France. And the tournament's still early. They're gunning for more points. They're not going to be just satisfied with a draw against a top seed. They want to kind of poke the top guns at home and say, you know what, you guys should have been here, but we got you covered. It will be nice to see them continuing.
It's also
success.
Extra motivation, of course, like you said, right? You want to prove that this was the right choice.
Right.
And here we have Jules Massard playing against young Krzysztof Duda, who scored this very nice, beautiful victory in his opening game in the Olympiad against Anton Smirnov. You still remember probably seeing a lot of tweets about the Queen G2 knight e2, a very beautiful checkmate idea by Duda. And here he is doing fine.
Absolutely. I like White's position, actually. The only problem is White would like to have two pieces on the c4 square. It's a juicy square for the bishop c4, hits the pawn on f7, hits the rook on a2, but it's also a very nice and compelling square for the knight on d2 dropping into c4, attacks the bishop on d6. That kind of trade will saddle black with a backward pawn. So a little traffic jam, and black has to address these issues. Bishop c4 is frighteningly dangerous, and I'm thinking black might have to play a move like, h6. I was going to suggest knight d8, knight david a, to just kind of secure f7, and after bishop c4, if you wanted to play like that, go rook a1 and h6 and knight e6. Still, black's position is very solid.
At least now I don't have to worry about which piece to put on c4, because
exactly.
I just click on d7 and put it on c4. There you go, problem solved.
Right, I got it. I got this, Mom. Look, no hands. Excellent.
Yeah. Looks okay. Looks okay to me. So, I mean, position is about balance. Let's jump to the second board. Laurent Fressinet is a long time one of the core players of Team France.
Another helper of Team Magnus, too.
He's in Team Magnus. At least he used to be. I'm not sure right now.
Yeah, I don't know what, now that Magnus has abdicated his classical chess world championship title, I don't know if that means a breakup of the team. I just don't know. But Lawrence was, and for all we know, still is an integral part of Magnus's success. What do we have here?
Wojtaszek was for many years, I believe, in the team of Vichy Anand, right?
Exactly.
So these are battles of trusted seconds, of trusted team members, of two legendary players, of Magnus Carlsen from the Black's perspective and Vichy Anand from the White perspective. So it seems that in the opening phase, Radoslav has got the upper hand, because he has not only two beautiful bishops on g2 and b2, a great outpost on d4, and this juicy outpost on c6 would make any Catalan player proud.
No question about it. And if White could execute two moves in a row, castles followed immediately by knight c6, so that knight takes c6, rook takes d5, would be a triumph of the Catalan bishop on g2, that bishop on h4. Here I may have done something wrong, like e2 is hanging, but you know, that whole sequence where you get to play knight c6 and rook takes d5 is something that white is aspiring to execute.
Right. I love White's position. The only problem for White, he is slightly behind the development. This means that Freyssinet is he's pressed to do something very quick. I don't know, maybe rook c8, knight e4, try to exploit his little lead in development. It will be easier said than done.
Indeed, indeed, exactly.
Right. Let's jump to the board number 3 for Team France. Let me try to find it. Maxime Lagarde is one of the sharpest players on the circuit. He's playing against Wojciech Miranda. Lagarde is also always a fun player to watch because he doesn't shy away from complications. I mean, those of you who, I mean, obviously everybody's following chess a lot, but sometimes there are those players who stand out. And I'm talking about like Shirov, right? You think about Shirov, crazy attacks. Or you think about, for example, Anatoly Karpov, super positional chess, right? So Karpov, Adams, etc. So Lagarde is like, he stands out like a very sharp, dynamic player. And somehow he manages always to get the game very exciting.
Yeah, those players, like you said, you mentioned Alexei. When Alexei Shirov was playing against Vladimir Kramnik, this was really billed as a fantastic clash of styles. The very strategically gifted, technically oriented Vladimir Kramnik versus this tactician, wild, crazy guy, Alexei Shirov. Fire versus ice. Who was going to win? Well, actually, it wasn't a contest. Fire consumed ice, and Alexei Shirov clobbered Vladimir Kramnik in that match to decide who was going to challenge Garry Kasparov. Ironically, Shirov did not play the match, and Vladimir did, and Vladimir defeated Garry. Crazy, crazy. But you're right. There's something. Rudolf Spielmann, a very famous tactician, and he complained. He said that he could play the same combinations that Alexander Alekhine could play. It's just that he never got the positions. That Alekhine constructed these fantastic moments that he could play combinations. And you know, it's something magical about Alexei Shirov. You could give him, I don't care, the exchange Slav, and he finds an oasis in the desert, you know, and he's very gifted at finding tactical ideas. Here, by the way, in this particular game, I actually prefer White's position. I like
a lot
the move c5 a lot and bishop to c4.
This is a very thematic move. Of course, c5 weakens the d5 square, and if black will be given time to play like knight c7, bishop c8, bishop e6, knight e5, he's a very happy person, of course, but
Right.
The practice proves it's too long. So c5 is a very, very nice move to imprison this bishop here on b7. But maybe, you know, maybe Maxime here, from the White's perspective, he's thinking a bit further, because then again, he's looking at this. Am I really concerned about c5? So if I'm going to make some random move like h3, c5, I could just take it and push d5, still imprisoning the bishop on b7. So it's not like he sees the idea, he's immediately going to execute it. He's going to toy with the ideas, look at the candidate moves, what logical move can I make? Do I have some funny ideas in my mind? And then he's going to make it.
Exactly. And it's also these pawn storms across the fourth rank. So just to the point that you were mentioning, Arturs, which is, you know, you kind of make a pass, a move like h3. How about this one, a2, a4? And the idea behind this pass is that you control everything along the fourth rank. So literally the move that you mentioned, c5, yeah, it's going to be met by a future d5. A5, yes, exactly. The move a7, a5 is going to be met by a future b4, b5, right? So, you kind of like, you take a lot of space and you just say to your opponent, you've got to do something, otherwise you're going to be squeezed. Beside the move a4, I've also seen a very strange, I like c5, let me be clear. I've also seen strange ideas of f2, f4. Looks a little bit funky, but then you kind of think about it for a little while and you go, well, wait a minute, those double pawns of black might one day want to play f5, f4. So this move just took away a future prospect for black. And
I mean, maybe not even right away, but at some point later, if black is incredibly persistent and trying to provoke you some weaknesses, f4 with g3 or g3 f4 could be played. Yeah.
Agreed. So there's something about this white position that I like, but we'll keep an eye on this. Some other games.
Yeah, the fourth board of Team France today against Poland is Mateusz Bartel. Again, a very sharp player who never makes it boring. Boring games, usually finds a lot of excitement. Here he's playing against young French talent Marc-André Maurizi. The position, doesn't really spill a lot of excitement, to be honest. And sometimes, this happens. There's only pieces on the board. Materially wise, everything is equalish. I see the bar gives some advantage to white, but come on, this is not realistically to convert, I think.
No, exactly. 3 pawn islands each side with just major pieces on, it's very hard to give anybody an advantage.
I think this is going to be a draw.
Yes.
Let's move on. Team Azerbaijan against Cuba also is something we would like to check. On the top board of Azerbaijan is playing Shak himself.
Shakhriyar
Mamediyarov, one of the most creative players in the circuit. Also, since we talked about players standing out from the crowd, one of the first people which would jump to my mind is Shakhriyar. He always managed to bring some very interesting, fresh ideas. He has his own mindset. He has his own ideas. I love his playing style. And
for me, he's a great tactician. And I had just this most marvelous story recently of Shakhriyar. So many great stories of Shak, that he was playing in Bucharest and he was playing against Nepo. And it was one of those incredibly dynamic and sharp games. And I was calling the action with Peter Svidler. And like literally both players got everything wrong, just everything wrong. They were just on the wrong tracks everywhere. And Nepo was winning. Nepo was just completely winning at a couple of different moments. And then Shakhriyar came to the studio and said, at last, I played a good game. I played a great game today. I'm really proud of myself. I played a great game. We were just waiting. We were waiting for him to finish. And then Peter said, well, nice, Shak. What would you have done if Nepo had played this move? And he said, well, I have this. And then Peter said, and that? Oh my God. I'm losing. Oh my God. Come on. And this happened like 4 times in a row. And he says, and then came this meme. Come on. Not again. But Shak is really a great calculator. He's a great tactician. And we just have a lot of fun with him. He's one of those players. Not a lot of players are like this, but he can laugh at himself.
I think that's a very important quality, right?
Yes.
So laughing about somebody else is something, but laughing about yourself,
right? That's what I'm talking about.
Quite something, right?
And that makes him very popular on the tour as well. I mean, other players like hanging out with Shak.
Yesterday I'm looking at this position, and my first thought process, obviously, is the Bishop Bonito is not doing much, but I would like to immediately talk a bit about these positions, and I'm sure that Yasser is going to agree with me here. It's all about the perspective. where the game is heading. So look at this. So Mamedyarov is imprisoning his own bishop. He just played f3. Why is he doing this? He is trying to limit black any counterplay whatsoever. And the bishop on e2, it's not a bad piece. This is what I would say, it's temporarily disabled. I mean, it's not really doing much. But imagine the position is not blocked and it's going to open at some point later. Think about moves like bishop c3, b3, a4, king f2, rook e1, rook d1. And at some point, the white is going to play f4, bishop f3, etc. And this bishop is going to spring to life like something you've never seen.
Yeah, it's one of those bad bishops defend good pawns. The pawn on c4 is limiting breaks. The one thing that Shak has to be worried about is that he does something mistimed. So what could be an example of that? Let's imagine that white, for example, goes king f2 in this position.
Yeah, king f2.
King f2 and knight to e5. Now you mentioned these nice sequence of moves where you include a4, b3, rook c1, rook d1, and then f4, and it's over. It's just splat. Here, if you play b3 and you allow b5, yeah, you don't get that beautiful setup that you want. You just give black that moment to create some counterplay on the queen side, maybe make a favorable trade. Maybe black's knight gets to sit on the c5 square, and suddenly you got to win the game all over again. But you're right, if you as white can get in those little moves and just totally shut black down, that he doesn't have any counterplay, the two bishops, the bishop goes to c3, domination.
Absolutely. Yeah, indeed. That's a very, very good point. So Shaka definitely needs to watch out for these breaks. And that's why he's going to take it slow. Right. I love this position. I think actually I won a very similar game myself once from the white's perspective. Also, pretty much in the same line. And this bishop in the end was the deciding force to win the
hero,
game.
Huh?
Yeah, it's like the worst piece right now because, I mean, all of the pawns at some point are going to be on the color of this bishop to limit the activity. But if black is not going to make any breakthroughs, he's going to suffer and suffer a lot.
Agreed.
Let's move on. Board number 2 is Carlos Albornoz Cabrera playing against Rauf Mamedov.
Ralph, a very underrated player, but what a great team player he has been over the years. I think he's a longtime second of Shak. So two very, very good friends playing on the team. It's nice when you have a team where everybody knows everybody and feeling really good about one another. Now, in this position, it's like one of those, everybody has their trumps kind of positions. And then you have to weigh, who stands better. You've got the c5 square, but I've got the b5 square, which means that it's going to be very hard for you to get to my king. I've got the g4 break. You don't have a convenient break yourself. I love these types of positions. These are my favorites because it's a battle of ideas.
Yeah, and this is how you often outplay strong opponents because, I mean, sometimes you have to take risks in order to beat the good opponents. And if you go for a quiet Italian, well, good luck. Yeah, it could be very tough. It could be very tough to break through. So that's why Mamedov here is entering the sharp Sicilian. I think it was, it's not Najdorf, it's Sveshnikov. Yes, Sveshnikov. And he gets this game going for 3 results, a lot of action.
Yeah. But
yes, sir. Are we going to make a break now?
Yeah, we're in break territory. Just wanted to say one quick quote there. Bobby Fischer very famously said, "To get squares, you got to give them." And I think that's the way it is. You got to give it. You want to win, you got to take risks. Let's go. And it's time for a break, Arturs. Let's do it.
See you in a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly.
name is Elwood Dawson. I'm from Chicago.
I'm Secret Blackman,
My name is Roberto Beza, Jr.
and what I want to share is I love tacos. Tacos and chess. So, yeah.
With the chess program, really, even chess in general, like on the deck, you kind of lose yourself. You don't really think about your case. You learn to think differently. You know, you strategize more. I sometimes come out 7:30 in the morning. I'll probably play until lockup, you know, so it makes my day go by faster.
It's competitive. It's a lot of trash talk. It's crazy, you know. Like the chess players, we got our own little circle, you know, and all of us play each other. We talk trash about who beat who garbage. Yeah, I never play that dude again. He garbage. I never play him. But yeah, it's real competitive.
This is going to be a real-time breakdown of Danny Wrench's games all time on chess.com.
That's cool. Oh! In the last month, I am playing 83.12.
I'm less accurate than them in every stage.
Yeah.
Man, that stings a little
You
bit.
should
Okay.
do the more game review.
Okay. Yeah, thanks a lot. Okay, so
Tuesday sucks. I gotta stop playing chess on Tuesday. Oh, it's because it's Title Tuesday.
Look how many blunders there were back in December 2020. And now December 2021, 1,600. Don't look at this number. look at this number. Best.
Let's go to tactics. Mates. I'll probably need to work on these ones. Yep.
Every single rook fork that has presented itself to me, I have found. No one has a higher percentage of rook forks than I do. Yes, correct.
These are literally the knight forks that you missed.
I missed knight d6?
You saw it just now.
What the is wrong with me?
I could have done here and then taken this pawn, and I'm winning because my pawns get held together. That's probably the coolest part about this feature.
Like these positions against Hess? Rook there for rook e2! And he blunders mid and one! Oh my goodness! I'm awful!
Welcome back, everybody. 44th World Chess Olympiad is ongoing. This is round 5, and we are going to follow now Fabiano Caruana's game against Avital Baryshevsky. Yasser. I mean, wow, look at this position. I mean, if somebody is very happy, it's definitely black, right?
Well, I was just about to say, I'm really happy about the whole screenshot, actually. That is a beautiful picture there when you see the players so very clearly. I mean, what a fabulous moment for us we live in when we can watch a game live in real time. You and I can make commentaries from wherever we are in the world. We see the players as if we're sitting next to them, and we've got an audience we can chat with. It's unbelievable to me. If you had told me that this technology would exist in my lifetime, I'd say, get out of here. And by the way, we have chess engines at 3600 to guide us in our commentary as well. I mean, just throw that all in the mix. We live in a golden period, and I'm really, really glad to be able to share the moment with everybody. Thank you all for joining us. As you were about to say, Fabi sure looks like he's got a great position. Any rook lift along the G file, along the H file, could cause a massive accident for White.
Whoa, look at these two knights, 95, 94. You have my utmost respect here.
Right? Yeah.
And somehow White is still in the game, because I had a feeling that after this F4, I had a feeling that Black is definitely taking over the game. And we were discussing this G6 idea or F4 idea. F4 is directly trying to punish Black, sacrifice the pawn to gain some lead in development, and powerful display how Fabi centralizes his pieces. But I mean, White is not doing so bad, to be honest. The king is slightly weak.
Well, it's one of those situations where there's no question about it. White had played incredibly provocatively. Let me emphasize, you do not play bishop h3 and knight h4 and knight g2 to win a pawn without understanding that you're taking a great deal of risks as White. You know, conventionally, you play bishop g2, you play d3, you castle, and you fight for the control of the center square. So what White did in this whole kind of kingside maneuvering was he wanted to win a pawn, and he wanted to provoke Fabi to attack him. The problem is he might get his wish. Fabi might just play rook c6, rook g6, rook c6, rook h6, and attack him.
I think he's going to have to drop the pawn back most likely at some point. I'm not really sure how. Maybe something like f4. You know, please. I mean, let me live. I mean, knight f4. Take it. I'm not sure how do we start it properly. Something along the way, something like this. But still, the rook can penetrate White's position with rook c2 after trade. So this could be very, very unpleasant. Maybe the queen trade was not necessary, but you get the idea.
Arthur's in such a position as Black, I'm definitely not trading queens. I'm playing something like queen e3 check. I'm looking at that exposed king, and I'm going, I want to go queen e3 check, rook f6, and I want to try to sack the king side. But yeah, these are the types of things that White is facing at the moment. Like, do I have to return the pawn with a move like f2, f4? Because this attack, I mean, it really looks fearsome. I would be terrified. Rook to g6, rook to h6, pardon me, rook to g6 in this.
Or maybe rook g6 is just killing on the spot, right?
Exactly, exactly. So I'm just saying that as White, I mean, you know, I'm a pawn grabber, but in the immortal words of Clint Eastwood, you got to know your limitations.
Yeah, something is bound to happen there, right?
Right. Something could go wrong in a hurry. It could be very ugly.
Right. Let's move on. Let's move on to next game, and I would like to also check how he's doing. Our favorite Dutch player, Anish Giri, he's playing against Eric Hansen, the founder of Chess Bra.
Yeah, baby. hold on. Who's white and who's black? First of all,
Anish is white. Erik
Yeah.
Hansen is black.
yes,
Anish got sacrificed in exchange.
very nice sacrifice of the exchange on the square.
Maybe
C6.
show it super quick. Super quick, right? How it happens. Some Catalan. Queen a4. Take the pawn back. So still looks pretty much normal. Black is trying to play solid. And boom, here after 95, maybe this was
That's
a risky choice from Eric's part. Rook takes on c6 in the best traditions of the former world champion Tigran Petrosyan. Anish gets rid of his rook, and now he claims that he has the long-term compensation for it. I think he's right.
Well, first of all, he's absolutely right. I just absolutely am confused, though. Why on earth would you play Rook C1 in that position? That move just looks like an atrocious move to my eyes. Knight E5 is absolutely begging every fiber of my being. Says, look, I've sacrificed the exchange. I want to restore the material equality. I want your pawns. The bishop on G2 is unleashed. The knight's dream position. The knight, F3 is not a good square for the knight. The dream.
Maybe there's some bigger problems, something like bishop d6, knight c6, queen h4, and g5. Maybe Anish was looking at this and he realized there's some counterplay.
Good luck with that.
You don't believe it, yeah?
It's a beautiful line. I have to share this with you and our viewers. I was making this fantastic explanation of a position with Bent Larson, and it's going blah 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 here. And I was very proud of myself. Like, let me pat myself on the back. And Bent looked at me and he said, "Nobody believes you." Damn, I was tasered. Nobody believes me. And I just thought that was so funny. Look, this is all play on one goal. Bishop B7. The knight belongs on C6, everybody. Remember, the knight is a short range hopper. It's a short range piece. So it takes us a while to get the knight in the position that you want it. Rooks, queens, whoosh, they get there in an instant. I don't
Actually, yes, and now that I look at this position, I don't understand, because that was indeed my idea, that maybe he's thought that there's something there, but after knight c6, queen h4, which does look like something, if white plays e3, there's this queen g3.
Exactly.
It looks very powerful. So I made a couple of moves forward. Of course, queen f4 is not necessary, but the knight on c6 is a monster. So I think black is happy to get the exchange. So this is looking just bad for black.
Bingo. That's my thought exactly. How you could resist not playing knight c6. Now rook c1, it's fine, but you know, do you want your rook on c6 or do you want your knight on c6? We give you that.
Maybe Anish's idea is that he is gonna win the pawn on c6 anyway, play something like knight g5 and take with the bishop on c6. So he's thinking a bit differently, that the bishop on c6 is actually a better piece than the knight. I don't know.
Well, okay. It's just a different approach in the position. I would think that in such positions, Black has now Black has ideas of a5. If you take the pawn on a5, I'll go rook a8. If you play a6, I'll go c5. And it's not that 100% clear. Rook a8 here. You got to go a6, c5. No, I'm opening up the diagonal. Okay, just a different approach. But I love the exchange sacrifice.
Yes, absolutely.
I don't like Eric's allowing.
But this is highly provocative, right? I'm sure that Eric knew what he's doing. It's not like 95. Oh, there's rook takes on c6. How did I miss that? He played 95 to provoke. But it's a bit strange provocation, if you ask me.
Oh, without question. If you take the move back for a second, I have seen a lot of players, especially Wesley So. Wesley So plays bishop takes f3. And you go, oh, well, great. I win the two bishops with knight to d5. Somehow white moves the rook. Wesley So takes the bishop on f4 and he goes c6. And he goes, ha 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 ha. You can never
Try
beat
to get me here, right?
yeah. Try to beat me. And he draws almost, almost at will. I don't know how to say it. He's pretty impressive, if you ask me. But allowing rook takes c6, nah, that's a no.
Yeah, it doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel good.
No,
He definitely had some ideas, but again, it's maybe something provocative. And this is, by the way, what has been playing: Queen a6, Queen d3, g5.
By the way, I love the move Queen takes a6 because a moment ago you saw me trying to play the move a5 so that the bishop will have a life. If I take away the yes, exactly. If I take away the a6 pawn, you're not playing c5, c6, c5. Sorry, to open up the bishop because that is just going to be a pawn and a tempo. So that Queen takes a6 was a delightful little snack. I'm going to just say that Anish is in cruise control here. He looks really, really good.
I really agree with you. And now let's move on to the second board, since there's also another star playing for the Dutch team. It's Jordan van Forest playing with the black color against Raja Panjwani. Okay, what is this?
Again, it looks like one of those Queen's Gambit accepted positions where the queens stay on the board this time. 4 versus 4, 2 versus 2. Sorry to say, I find these positions so balanced, it almost requires a howler, that is to say, a blunder from one player to really disrupt the balance.
Right. So I mean, the position is sort of equalish, but I mean,
I would say white has an advantage if there's a light squared bishop on b7. The pawns on f3 and e4 make a good blockade and limiting the power of the bishop. With the light squared bishops traded, the pawns on f3 and e4 do a good job at limiting the knight on f6, but it's not that big a deal. The control of the c file is going to provide black a lot of counterplay.
I mean, the next move I would like to play here is g3, g2 to solidify my position.
Yes, and then h3, h1, so that the pawn structure is really very well protected.
This pawn on g2 is also extra protected. Of course, that's not possible.
Right.
Jordan is pressing here, and also he's ahead on the clock. But if white is not going to make any mistakes, he should be able to hold this. But I mean, still, Van Forest is a favorite. Yes, sir. I have proposition. Let's move on to the next team. There's one player I would like to see in action. That is Vincent Keimer.
Okay.
We haven't seen
Germany. Yeah.
At all. Right. I think
Germany's kind of suffering. Also, a little bit like the Team USA. They're kind of misfiring, not working together. But you know, it's still young. We're not right there at the halfway point. A lot can happen in the next few rounds. Who's what?
So Jan Subeli is playing with white. Vincent is playing with black. Recently, Vincent was playing in Bielchas Festival, which was pretty terrible tournament for him because he started really good by winning the Chess 960 tournament. And then he finished in the last place. I mean, there was 8 invited Grandmasters. He finished in the last place. Yikes. I'm not sure what happened, why he was not playing in the first rounds in the Olympiad. How many rounds did he miss? 2 or 3 rounds, right? He didn't play
2. Yes.
The first couple of rounds, definitely.
Right.
Now he's back in action and trying to help his team.
Absolutely. This last move, A3, by the way, on a very bad day, you know, if you play, for example, E5 here as black, then we see an en passant knight. Pawn takes, knight takes E5, and then, for example, Queen F6. And if you go knight C5, now we understand why white played B4.
Oh, that's very deep thinking there, Yasser. I didn't think about it so far.
Right.
But
so we understand why he played A3. Yes, precisely.
It also relieves the rook from the duty to defend the pawn on A2, just in case. And E5 is on the board. There you go.
Well, unfortunately for Vincent, the backward pawn on E7 is simply too ripe a target. White will play rook on a1 to e1, bishop will come to d3, and the knight on g7 will suffer. So at least with this move e7, e5, he's looking to kind of take away the pressure on the e file and maybe, bring his knight from g7, where it's really not that attractive, to a better square. Now, I'm thinking that en passant, I'm taking with the knight queen f6. Where is the follow-up for black right here? Because again, if you allow white just to play rook a1 to e1, a queen g5, as desirable as it is, will allow rook e6. Oops.
Are we completely discarding f6 on e6?
I would think so. I would think that pawns on e6 and d6 are just
targets.
Yeah,
maybe you're right.
Long-term targets. I mean,
yeah.
Maybe
so
not
here,
immediately terrible or bad, but yeah, queen g5, rook e6 is an embarrassment. But the question is, how do we get rid of the queen? Otherwise, queen f5.
it's a responsible move, right? This is
Right.
something you never take back.
Right, but okay, if you get a really active knight, suddenly you're reaching for the knight d4, knight c5. Your king on f6 can cover a lot of weaknesses. I'm just saying that I feel that black is the one who's going to have to prove the equality.
Yeah, work a little to make
Work
it
hard.
Yes, sir. I see 2 results for Team United States against Israel. 2 draws already have been agreed. If one draw is not very surprising, if we go back to the game of Ilya Smirin against Wesley, so we already predicted this something like from the start that there is no way that Smirin is going to try to beat Wesley, and it indeed happened. They repeated the moves, rook e6, rook e2, rook e6. That was a draw agreed shortly after that. But what I find it to be a bit surprising is that Levon Aronian didn't get anything at all in his game against Amir Nabati.
With the white pieces. Huh?
With the white pieces, that is really a surprise, because I would have expected that. I mean, you want to
make
press
him
it,
suffer a little bit,
press.
Right? Yeah, you make him suffer a little bit. Dang. Okay.
What does it mean? What does it mean for Team United States? Let's check very quickly. The top board here in Fabiano is still having this strong attack, and white says queen b3. I'm not afraid of you. It looks a bit scary to remove the queen from the defense, to be honest. I mean, the pawn on b7, I don't think he's really thinking about the pawn on b7. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I think he was really thinking in terms of moves like e2, e4, and if the f file opens up, there's a back rank mate, so that's why you might want to play queen d3 in order to set up these back rank mate possibilities. But you'd kind of like the queen to be somewhere hovering over the king side. I don't know exactly how or where. Do we have f2, f4 on the board?
F4 is on the board, by the way. Yeah. But Fabi is looking really good here. Definitely better, because all of his pieces are doing something to get to the white king. Let's maybe not focus on this game too much. Let's check also the game of Dominguez against Redstein. This also could be very important.
As you said, this was this peculiar move, knight, at least the maneuver I found very peculiar, knight e8 by Lanier. And at the moment, black looks very good.
I mean, Lanier is playing white.
Oh, well, black looks very good regardless of who's playing white.
Lanier looks very good regardless which color he's playing.
No, I meant to say I like black's position. I think that the bishop on the bishop on d3 is not making a very good impression, at least in my eyes.
I mean, if I'll get to play something like knight c5, bring out this knight in the game, let's say, put the knight on d6, white is seriously risking here, because this bishop, unlike in Shahryar Mamedyarov's position, remember we were talking about this pawn on g2, f3, e4, the bishop on, where was it, on e2, there's a potential to bring this bishop into life. Here, the position already is closing. this bishop on d3 with every single move is starting to become really not great.
Could you take the move knight c5 back for just a moment, please, Arturs? And try the move rook c8 for just a moment. So what I was following, and I understood from you, I want to play knight d7, knight on d7 to c5, knight on b7 to d6. But I need to protect the pawn on c7 while I'm making all of these brilliant maneuvers possible. So rook to, this one, I didn't like losing the pawn.
Unless you want to sacrifice it, which can't be completely to be ruled out.
Sacrifice? Or are you talking to the president of the Pawn Grubbers Association?
Yeah, you're gonna prove it, I think, right? I mean, you're gonna prove it from the wife's perspective. You see a pawn, you take a pawn.
Exactly. But yeah, I was thinking that if black's ideal, as you were pointing out, if you could put the knights on d6 and c5 as black, now we're talking. Now we're in business.
Yeah, but knight c5 already is playing.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's already on the board. Sorry, it wasn't your suggestion.
So I think this knight h4 from Dominguez's part is clearly indicating some f4 ideas, because the queen on c2 and bishop on d3, it's like you want to give them a purpose. So knight h4 is clearly indicating f4. So let's say f4, and this already looks very risky, because after e5 you get a lot of funny ideas on this diagonal. Maybe they're just not working at all.
Yeah, no. I'm a little bit confused. I don't understand the move knight c5 at all, because again, I don't know about you, but I have conversations with my pieces, and I go down. I ask my king, how are you doing? The white king says, I'm doing fine. Ask somebody else, and you go down. And I'm looking at this knight on b8, and the knight on b8 is crying. It says like, hey man, hey coach, get me in the game. Why are you treating me so bad?
Right.
And I think that knight, deserves to be on c5. I think the other knight deserves to be on d6. Well, we'll see.
All right,
and
let's move. Yes. Let's move on. One of the central rounds of today is Alexei Shirov against Domraj Gukesh and Yasser. We were having this discussion, I believe, in day one, in the round one. And I expressed a thought. I was not really sure if India 1 is actually stronger than India 2, because there's such an impressive lineup, and I revealed my sympathies that I would like for the youngsters to succeed.
Of course.
What do you think about Indian chances?
Well, first of all, I like black's position here. Again, I almost get tired of listening to myself. I like the control of the center. I like space. This pawn on a4 is controlling the white majority on the queen side. Full stop, end of story. Black's majority in the center, to my eyes, is really impressive. I can imagine black playing moves like knight to b3 to c5, tickling the pawn on e4. I can imagine black's king coming to c6. I can imagine black playing d5. I can imagine two connected pass pawns, and I can imagine white resigning. And it could all happen rather quickly. So I like black's position here.
I also really like, and we could briefly see in the camera, Sheriff was shaking his head. He was not happy what's going on. And talking about the second Indian team, I mean, they have gathered together some of the best young talents available in India, right?
Yes,
so
absolutely.
It's the first board is Domraj Gukesh, then we have Nihal Sarin, then we have Ramesh Baba Pragananda. Hadiban is probably brought in for the team as the more experienced guy, and finally Raunak Sadwani. And these guys, they're like what, 16, 17, 18 years old?
I know.
And they're leading the tournament.
Exactly. The future belongs to them, no question about it. They're wow, great, just great. I was thinking about myself when I was growing up in chess, and there was a guy, Bobby Fischer, who became a chess grandmaster at the age of 15. And we thought this was completely ridiculous. Like this was a record that would never, I mean, never, ever, ever be broken. It was just so an outlier of ridiculous proportions. Now, now they're breaking the record, not at 15, not at 14, not at 13, but at 12. And you're going, oh my goodness, my goodness. And they're really, really good. They're so the youths are just amazing. Just amazing.
Right, so definitely Gukesh appears to have the upper hand. He's slightly low on the clock. 28 moves have been played. 96 share of tries his chances.
Exactly.
Try to get the pawn on G7.
Yep.
Let's move on. Let's check also Sarin's game against Guyarov, second board.
Please. Is this Nihal?
Yeah, that's Nihal Sarin.
Exactly. Just sorry, just
so he has the perspective reaching an endgame, having the better knight, meaning let's say we remove a couple of pieces, essentially black is left with a bishop which is staring at his pawns. So in contrary, white has a knight which can maneuver through the dark squares. Imagine putting the knight on a 4, but still black is pretty solid. And after bishop f7, I think the game is going to fizzle out to an equal endgame. All the heavy pieces disappear. Put the knight on e3, king on d3, but it could be difficult to make a progress.
The Soviet chess annotators would call the open E file the chopping block, where the 4 rooks get axed, captured on the chopping block. And it just feels like what you're pointing out there, the slight advantage of the knight over the bishop, it's not going to be enough. It's not going to be enough.
I like white's knight, but that's where it ends really. And just this slightly worse bishop on e6, it's not going to cut it. It's not enough. So let's move on to the next game, board number 3 of second team of India against Spain. It's Jamie Santos Latasa against Prague.
Yeah, this was the one where the chess engines say black has no problem. The dark square bishop covers. You've got these double pawns that keep the knight out of d5 and f5, and the game's even. This is another one of those games where I don't like playing black. I mean, I agree that black probably safe and secure, but I always feel that in my heart of hearts, the knight could one day potentially overwhelm the bishop. It could be, in fact, just a kind of a play on one goal, and then you rue the day that you allowed the knight to play. But
I wonder if they have this position right after the opening, right at the gate, right? We had this position. Let me again go back here. You see the bar says is about equal. Now, I and Yasser, we said this is a potential for black to get worse, right? So fast forward something like 50 moves forward. There you go. Not a lot has changed, but the knight is getting better, and this bishop is still as useless as it can be because you simply cannot put it on d4.
Right. The move, by the way, king h7, to my mind, this is a really waving the flag and saying, come and get me. So if I'm in white shoes, the thing that I would love to do as white is I'd love to put my pawn on h5. I'd love to put my queen on g6. And the move king h7 is kind of like saying, like, you can't get there. And I'm like, well, maybe I can. Maybe I can. Maybe I can start with h5. Maybe I can go queen to g4 and queen to g6. So interesting provocation there by black with that last move, king h7, saying you can't.
Yeah, but then again, I mean, black's entire king side and queen side seems to be protected. There's no points to immediately crash through. But I mean, every single endgame is almost automatically better for white. So let's say we remove heavy pieces, put the knight on b5, and slowly, I mean, turn around this game for 100 moves. Very unpleasant defense for Prague.
Yeah. Now, on the other hand, this move, queen b2, is also very, very nice. You lead with the rook. This is a very common theme that we think about when we have a queen and bishop battery. we really like leading with the queen. We want the queen in front of the bishop, so we can go queen h7 check and queen h8 mate. But very often, most often, when you have a queen and rook battery, you want to lead with the rook. It's sort of like if black were to play a move like rook a7 here, you would like to play rook b8 and kick the queen away. If your queen was in front of the rook and you play queen b8, you probably get the trade of queens, and maybe you wouldn't get so much. So leading with the rook, that's the correct setup here. And I see white saying, look, I've got my ideas. I want to play knight c3 to d1, knight d1 to e3, just so that I'm close over there. I want to go rook b7, and I want to, press along the 7th rank.
Make an impression I'm threatening something, yeah?
Yeah, how are you going to meet my incursion? And that's a challenge. Not so easy.
Yeah, this is incredibly difficult. For example, let's say I'm going to play something like queen c6, rook b7, and king g8. Again, we look at this position. Seemingly, there's no way to crash through. But what does it mean for black? You are forced to sit passively. Now, this is so difficult because all of us, we want to have a plan. We want to be active. We want to push. We want to bother the opponent. And here, Prague is going to simply have to sit tight and suffer for the team.
And in this case, actually, queen b5 is just going to be awesome. Then the rook and the knight, even, you might even want to take with the pawn, but knight takes looks very attractive as well. The reason I would consider taking with the pawn is just because it's a passer. b6, knight b5, and that pawn is better than any of its colleagues. I can tell you that. Yeah.
This looks really, really good.
Right.
Let's check the fourth board.
Indeed, let's do it.
The fourth board is Adeban Bhaskaran against Eduardo Iturrizaga. There's not much, is it? I mean, there's some advantage for white.
Yeah, I like the 2 bishops, but with all the rooks off the board, these beautiful breaks of d4, d5, and rook to e8 check and mate. Well, excuse me, there's no rook. Very, very hard to make d5 work. And I don't know, it just feels more balanced than anything.
Maybe white's only chance is try to get into some kind of an endgame. For example, remove the queens. So and then slowly make a good use of these bishops. Maybe something like queen a1, trade the queens, and then I don't know, try to outplay the opponent in an endgame.
But one of the I really want to give Anatoly Karpov a great deal of credit. He developed a kind of a system against isolated queen pawns. Where he gave up the 2 bishops and he kept this bishop on the long diagonal. And he proved time and time again that those endings weren't bad at all. And he would put his knight on e4, and sometimes the knight would drop back to d6, and sometimes the knight goes to f5. So I don't, even when you trade, you get that beneficial trade you just described of a queen trade, you kind of come up empty-handed. Right. It's like really annoying. You achieve this great success. For example, in this position up to queen b4, imagine black played queen a4. Well,
why not queen a2?
Why not queen a2? But I was just saying, if you play queen a4 for just a second, and queen takes a4, bishop takes a4, and you go, okay, I've achieved the great queen trade, and let's say you go knight to d2, very good, and bishop to c2. And yeah, exactly. You got this knight e4 business, and I don't know. Players didn't budge Anatoly Karpov, I can tell you. But right. You said, why not queen a2? That's a very good question.
I mean, maybe actually queen a4 is more precise because you can still decline the trade, the queen c3, but then there's knight e4. Maybe queen a4 is actually forcing matters because after queen a2.
Yes.
Or maybe it's actually the same, because after bishop c3, there's knight e4.
Yes, F2 is a tickle.
Yeah, and bishop E1, and what is this? Not sure.
Just when I don't know what to do, I comfort myself by playing what I might call a grandmaster tuck. Anything that's central, queen A2 to C2. That's kind of like a grandmasterly tucking move. You know, you tuck your pieces a little bit closer to the center.
Closer to the action.
yeah. You know, like I don't know if queen G6 might ever be possible. I don't know if queen D1 is ever possible. You know, you just you tuck yourself in.
Right.
The tuck.
Tucked in. Yep. All righty. So, yeah, sir. Which team would you like to check next?
If you don't mind, I would love to see Magnus because
your hourly share is there, right?
Yeah, I need my 60 minutes. You know,
I can show the final position. There you go.
Well, now I'm upset, you see, because you didn't give me my 60 minutes of Magnus. I teased my wife.
I'm going to give you 6 seconds of Magnus.
I teased my wife that, you know, like I watch these movies like John Wick. Yes, fantastic movie, just brilliant. I mean, 300 murders per movie. If I don't get 30 murders per night, how can I sleep, right? I need my 60 minutes of Magnus. How did Magnus win so quickly?
You wanted to check it? Yeah, we can check.
Yeah, if you don't mind. How did he win
so
quickly?
All right. Let's check it. Just a second. I already closed it.
We saw this knight D5 moment, and I said Magnus has tricked his opponent. That Magnus was the one who was standing well, right there. Yeah.
Oh. This is how you don't play. I mean, we discussed this as something we would like to immediately discard, and it did happen. So there's a couple of moves like knight E4, knight F3, even queen E1. But giving away a bishop like that,
and opening up all of those light squares for that beautiful bishop on C8.
Yeah.
Versus the rather ugly bishop on C1.
So Magnus just played a fine game. He took control of all squares. No, bishop on E4 is a monster. I think White was relying too much on this threat of some knight G6, queen H7, rook H4 idea. Some could try to checkmate.
Right.
In the end, there was no checkmate. No, I mean, there was a checkmate, but only from the black's perspective.
It was a checkmate. Okay, that is, by the way, the kind of game we want the world champion to win. I mean, that was a very, very dominating performance. Not that Magnus will be proud and say this belongs into my best games ever, but we respect those one-sided games because that's what we expect when there's such a rating difference between two players.
All right. Yeah, let's go again through the top pairing today. Yes. India #1 team against Romania. So here's the game of Pentala Harikrishna against Bogdan Diak. Black
was bishop E7, right? Bishop
I'm sorry?
Sorry, Black's last move was bishop on D6 to E7. Just stopping the doubling of the pawns and isolated queen pawn, split pawns. This is Emmanuel Lasker, world champion, was very, very happy to play C6, E6 versus the isolated queen pawn. You would see that many times in his games that he would play against the isolated queen pawn, bishop on C8 to D7 to C6. White would go knight F3, takes C6, and Lasker would win because he was world champion. I think that Black is happy. Black is comfortable here.
I mean, White has some small hope for future advantage of the two bishops, meaning the position is going to open, let's say C5, trade the rooks, trade the queens, trade pair of knights, and then somehow those two bishops against a knight and bishop and a chance to organize a pass pawn give White some chances. But I mean, this is so far away. Black is not even obliged to play C5, open the position. I'm sure that Diak knows that it's risky. Why does he need to do it? Just play some solid moves like knight E5 and wait for White to do something.
Bingo, absolutely.
All right, let's check the second board, which is of Team India against Romania. Here, Konstantin Lopolescu is playing against Vidit Santoc Guirati.
Why is our bishop on E1?
That's a draw, right? That's a draw.
Is it a draw agreed already? Sorry.
No, it's not agreed, but it's like it feels drawish. There's the opposite color bishops.
Opposite color bishops, yeah.
Black is gonna play b5, put the bishop on d5.
Yeah, no, I get all of that. I'm just wondering why is the bishop on E1? Why isn't the bishop not on E5, G5? You know.
Oh, there you go.
That's how we got the bishop. And it never moved. It's remarkable. Such an ugly looking bishop. Ugh.
All right. He sacrificed the pawn, actually. That was Vidit's idea.
Yeah.
He sacrificed the pawn on e4 to liquidate this into a drawn endgame. This was no blunder. He definitely expects that the game should finish in a draw. And again, to remind you, dear viewers, is that this is again a team event. The World Chess Olympiad is a team event between countries. So usually there's a goal for every single player set up by the captain before the game. So we could check perhaps once again the format. What's the format of the Olympiad? Here you see it's 11 rounds. This is round number 5. Every team consists of 4 players and 1 reserve player. And what matters is the team result. I mean, it doesn't matter. Basically, is it 2.5 against 1.5? Is it 3-1? Is it 4-0? What really matters is the team result. And the tiebreaker, in case there's an even amount of match points in the end, is those so-called small points. But the big goal is to get the team victory.
Exactly.
So what I was saying is that Vidit is doing it for the team, right? So he sees draw is good. Maybe he had a glimpse of what's going on in teams. Other games he played, he sacrificed his pawn, and now he's gonna most likely finish this in a draw.
Exactly, as you said, the bishops of opposite colors is the dominant feature of this position. Next game is Arjun Erigaisi, probably something that India first team is heavily relying on. They had this, oh my goodness, what was this crazy Nimzo opening right at the start? Remember those? Yeah, that was so confusing to me. Not a pattern I'm very familiar with. One of the ugliest pawn structures ever, but the 2 bishops versus 2 knights. First impressions are that black is enjoying some kind of attack against white's king. White's king feels a little bit more vulnerable than black's king, but this queen on c7 is a long way from the action. Let's be clear. It's not on some beautiful square, whether it be g5 or e5. So maybe it's not overwhelming.
Yes, sir. I don't know. I can't properly evaluate because
me either.
Immediately jumping in, say I see the bishops. I'm a happy person, right? But there's some weaknesses at the queen side. This pawn on c5. This is not going to change. There's some square on f4. The king is a bit weak. So maybe we might enter some endgame, remove the queens, but how do you evaluate that endgame?
Well, again, it depends on which bishop I'm fighting at. So, for example, in my mind, I'm just seeing the move knight e6 to f4 check. King goes. I don't know where. Just pick a square for a moment.
Random square. Okay, h1. Okay.
Okay. Knight to e5. Now give me the pawn on f3. Oh.
The bar says it's wrong.
So sorry. Queen takes f4. Good morning, Holland.
Good morning, Riga as well.
Good morning, Riga. Look at that. Sorry, I take it back. I did something wrong. I was trying to get knight e5 and force the bishop to come back to e2, and then I was going to take on e2 and take away your pawns to 2 bishops. Sorry, I've got to be more clever than that. That was
still
bad Yaz.
Incredible, interesting. Maybe this knight goes to f4, but I don't see the follow-up really because the queen cannot go to e5. There's a check threatening.
There's a check on d. Yeah, I can go queen. Well, queen e7 doesn't actually even threaten knight takes h4.
Yeah, the knight is under attack.
Still, the knight is under attack. So sorry, my knight f4 is probably a bad move. Take that back for a second, and we've got to come up with something a little bit more sharp.
Maybe this knight. But we want to keep this knight to attack the pawn on h4, right?
Or to jump to e5. One thing that the last move by white did is it does set up. The one thing I don't want to see is this bishop on f2 landing on d6. So bishop g3, yeah, that. So that was why I was kind of attracted to knight f4, just to limit the action of the bishop.
This is a very, very important game. A very important game, obviously, because the first board, Kari Krishna against Diak, looks quite peaceful. The second board, Vidit Santosh Gurat against Lupulescu, it looks like they're heading to a draw. This is really going to decide most likely how the match is going to end. Now, let's check the fourth board as well. Maybe there's also something.
Some action.
That's going to be... What was it going to be? I wanted to say a draw because I saw the bar, but I don't feel like this is so obvious, is it?
Right. Yeah, this is going to require calculation. Last move, knight e2, threatens knight takes c3 and rook takes b2. So if we do make that move, well, we'll take the knight. And
a knight c3, yeah, is a threat.
Knight c3 is the threat.
It's I guess it's equal. So just to summarize, again, Hare Krishna, Diak looks equalish. Lupulescu against Vidit looks drawish. Erigaisi against Parlegras. Now, this is most likely going to decide the match. I could say all three results are possible. I'm not even sure which to prefer. I see two bishops. I have the greatest respect for the bishops, but those white pawns are so incredibly weak that everything is possible.
Exactly.
Yes, sir.
Exactly.
Yes, sir. Do we make a breakdown?
Absolutely. Let's do it. And, well, we'll see everybody on the other side of the spring.
See you in a bit.
As India welcomes the world to the 44th Olympiad, the country has managed to field 6 teams for this year's competition. Of those teams, the strongest is India's first team, which features an impressive roster with reasonable expectations of keeping a medal right here in the host country. 2 super grandmasters, Vidit Gujrathi and Pentala Harikrishna, lead the squad. Still just 27, Vidit has been a top player for years. Playing as the third board, he represented India in the 2016 and 2018 Olympiads. Now, in 2022, the responsibility of the first board is his. On the second board is the 36-year-old Pentala, also an Olympiad mainstay. After a successful June, Pentala actually enters the Olympiad ranked slightly higher than Vidit. At this event, however, they will work together without concern for individual competition. Next in the talented India lineup is the 18-year-old rising star Arjun Erigaisi. Widely considered to be one of the world's most promising juniors, many expect great things from him on board 3. One board down is another top 100 player, S.L. Narayanan. Completing the roster is 4-time national champion Krishnan Sasikiran. Sasikiran assisted the legendary world champion Vishy Anand in his 2013 championship match. That experience could help him in assisting the rest of the Indian team. India has long been represented by a strong squad in the Olympiad, but their best result came in 2014, when they placed 3rd. Sasikiran is the only player still around from that success. Another bronze would certainly be welcome, but first place and the gold medal is the ultimate goal.
Welcome to India. The game of chess was born here. Thousands of years later, many of the world's best players have made the trek to represent their countries at the 44th Chess Olympiad, the most prestigious team chess event on the planet. In Chennai, the chess capital of India, circumstance has cleared the way for perhaps more countries than ever to set their sights on gold. India has high hopes for keeping the hardware at home. A top 3 seed in the Open and the top seed in the women's section, the host country has legitimate reasons to believe it can sweep gold. The United States are the top seed in the Open section. Fabiano Caruana and Team USA have come to Chennai saddled with heavy expectations of gold or bust. Norway has never medaled at the Olympiad. Featuring the world's best player, Magnus Carlsen leads a Norwegian squad looking to change its country's fortunes. While medals count, some accomplishments won't be measured in gold. The women's team from Ukraine has overcome adversity just to make it here. Now they hope to honor their nation with a memorable performance. Namaste, dosto. In one place for the first time in 4 years, these Olympians are together again. The 44th Olympiad has brought the world's best to the place the game of chess began. And with that, let today's games begin.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our live coverage of the 44th Chess Olympiad in Chennai, India. Arturs and I are calling the action. And here, Arturs, as we look at this incredible Team India ladies, led by Canero with this monstrous rating of nearly 2,600, one of the highest rated ladies in the entire world. And look at her teammates as well. That's why they're number one.
Very, very impressive team. Hompi obviously is number one, but also she has got help. She has got help from Harika Dronamali, another grandmaster. Third board is Vaishali, sister of Prague, which actually is quite amazing. Prague right now is also playing at one of the highest boards for Team India today. Tanya Sachdev, fourth board, and reserve player Kulkarni Bhakti.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's just jump right into the games for a moment. And what game did you fish out for us?
I fished out the game Harika against Sophie Millet because the top board, as far as I could see, was already finished it already was finished in a draw. So Conor Humpy has already played a draw against her opponent. So this is the next game I would like to see. That's board number 2.
I like White's activity. Gosh, do I like White's activity. Knight on e5, bishop on f5 make a real positive impression. But as far as I can tell, there's a single weakness in Black's camp, and that weakness is f7. It's not d5, it's not c4, it's not b3, it's not g7. So how is White going to adjust her maneuver pieces that she can cause some injury in Black's camp? How do you hit f7, Arturs?
I have no idea. You know, one thing, I'm not sure what I liked about this position. I know what I don't like about this position. It's this terrible bishop on b7. I mean, no matter where you position it, it's just staring at pawns. You put it on a4, it's staring at the pawns. There's nothing to be done. So obviously bishop c8, bishop e6. If somebody is playing this for a win, it's definitely White, because yeah, you put the bishop on b1, you don't trade it. I don't see the mate, but Harika says I do see a mate, I guess. Is it a sacrifice idea here?
Right. Again, I definitely think White's playing for advantage, no question about it. The problem I think she has is she wants her pieces, a couple of pieces, if you will, to occupy the e5 square. She would love to keep her knight on e5, but she's thinking that she wants to lead with her rook. She wants to go rook e5, queen e2, knight e3, and maybe on a good day, the bishop drops all the way back to h3 to g2. So she's thinking that she's going to utilize the open e-file and target the d5 pawn, because the pawn on f7, it was very hard for white to get to. So a rethink, if you will. Rook e5, knight e3, bishop h3, bishop g2 is what Harika is planning for her opponent. I don't think it's knight h6 related, though.
You might be right. What happens after bishop c8? Is it rook e8? Now I can't retreat with the bishop, right? That's the issue.
Is it rook e? Well, let's just put rook e8 just for a moment, because I'm looking. Oh, check, king h2.
How is this still an equal? I don't get it. Why the bar says this is playable? I don't get it. What's the big idea here?
I guess it's knight takes h6 and queen takes h6 related, right? Yeah, take.
You're saying that there's a mate.
Or perpet, I don't know.
Oh, there's no queen d6. I thought I can play queen d6, but the queen on h6 is targeting. Hello from Riga. Yeah.
Good morning, good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, so I cannot do that. So actually, this is an idea. And if I play here, and not
f5 is hanging.
What is this? I don't think it's very human, is it?
No, it's not. It's not human at all. I like what Magnus called this kind of chess, alien chess. I mean, because you get completely sucked in by these long-winded variations that the computer shows, and you go, you lost me at move 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, this is totally unclear. So yeah, knight g4. By the way, bishop c8 is on the board.
Bishop c8. Okay. Well,
something like this might happen.
Yeah, it might be that challenge. But now a much more human approach would be say, okay, well, good for you. You traded light square bishops. Let's have a look. What happens if we just take that bishop on c8? How do you recapture? Great. And then we do play rook e5. And maybe we are threatening things like knight h6 and queen h6 and rook e5. In this case, we might be threatening that. And also, we're back to square one, tickling the d5 pawn. Yeah, right?
I like that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's very human. We see a weakness, we target it. I see a pawn.
This is an interesting point, Yasser, that you bring up, because I felt that white wants to avoid the bishop trade. However, there's also another function by the bishop on b7, which is keeping the pawn on d5 protected.
Exactly.
So black trades the supposed bad bishop, but white could think ahead that the pawn on d5 now could be a major problem.
Right. That's exactly it.
And this is on the board, by the way.
She did recapture with the queen. I thought that she was going to need that tempo. Now here, again, the move queen e2 is one of those moves that you go, okay, you protect the knight, but in truth, you really want the rook in front of the queen. You don't want the queen in front of the rook. So I'm thinking that if I'm white in this moment, I would probably aspire to the move queen f4. And I would start to think that, oh, the queen on f4, I could go rook to e5. And again, I want the rook to go to e7. I don't want the queen to be in the way of the rook.
That's a very good point. Yeah, something like this could be played. All right, let's move on. Let's check the next board of Team India against France, and that is with the white color Anastasia Savina against Vaishali.
Wow.
That's
another one of these difficult.
Out of my mouth. Wow.
Yeah, these are so difficult positions to try to evaluate, because in fact, they're tactical. There's a lot of tactics going on here, and much of them are related to this axis of e4 and d5. Like if you see that bishop on b7, the king on h1, you think if that diagonal ever gets opened in a nice way for the light square bishops, bad things can happen to white. But on the other hand, there is this knight on A4 that it's super desirous to get back into the swing of things. Knight B6 would be great if white could land the knight on B6 and open up the A file, cause an accident. This is tough. It needs calculation.
Absolutely.
Bishop
So
F4
visually, I like black, but I mean, it really depends what happens with the pawn on B4, because if black plays B3, now the knight can go back, like you said. You need to evaluate that. And looking at the clock, they are having 6 minutes on the clock with a lot of sharp continuations possible. I think this essentially could be the game again, which is going to decide the match, because usually you have that feeling that this game, everything depends on this game, because everybody's playing normal chess, and then we have somebody who is just blowing up with crazy chess, and that's where the match is decided.
That's also one of the great things about team play, is usually you have some, I want to say berserker. There's somebody on your team that's, like you got to calm that fellow down. Like somebody, just make sure that he has an ice bath today. But on the other hand, it's always thrilling when we do have such a person who's throwing the patties, like has no understanding of positional play, fear to the wind, but brings home some amazing sacrificial points.
All right, let's move on. Board number 4.
Let's do it.
Tanya Sachdev playing against Andrea Navrotescu.
Wow,
Sachdev is
bishop on D7.
Is this winning, or is it very close to winning? Just a second. If I'm not dropping the rook at A1, of course.
Yeah, it has to be winning, right? Because that pawn on C6 is just too overwhelming. I don't.
So you cannot take it. I win the queen.
That's clear.
And if you take it, this pawn is advancing. So this leaves only bishop E5 as an option. Now you just take it and still play rook A7. No, that's it, I think. Should be technical win.
Bishop B6, rook B7. Rook takes B7. And can we put our bishop on B8 and try to pretend that we have a decent chance of making a holding?
Now, here's the thing. If the rooks get traded, probably you're right. But I have a feeling they won't get traded at all. There's rook C1, maybe.
Yeah, I think the move bishop C7 is a bad move. Could we try bishop A7? Yeah, this is
bishop. Rook B7 is a bad move, which is a good move.
No. Rook B7 was fine. C takes B7, bishop A7, not bishop C7. Bishop C7, I think, allowed your rook C1.
But I can still play this, no?
Yeah, okay, bishop B8.
And now this, whoops. Crushing.
True that.
Yeah.
I don't have to.
But I understand your point. So you're trying to say is that there might be a potential fortress.
Yeah, a blockade. I was hoping that I would play bishop C7 and then rook D1 check and rook B8. But you have this discovered check on F5. Oops.
Yeah.
Bishop C7, rook A8. Discovered
check. This looks incredibly good for white. So I would say that Tanya Sachdev is going to win the game.
Yes.
And that's why also there's a lot of pressure here going back to the game number 3 of Anastasia Savina, because I mean, this is a team event, right? You see what's going on. You have a peek at the board next to you. Okay. This is like, you don't even need a captain to come over. Like, Anastasia, come on. Yeah, just play. Just keep playing. You have to score it. She sees it herself. She sees she can calculate until 4 how many points her team is about to be expected. And while we're talking about that, yes, sir, we do have a very nice profile prepared for you by our amazing producers, Vic and Hala, who you can't see, they're working in the background silently. Let's check it out about Team India.
Excellent.
The host nation, India, also happens to be the top seed in this year's Women's Olympiad. Surprisingly, India has never medaled in this event, but the time to do so is now with their top women's squad. 2011 World Championship finalist Humpy Kanero leads this team. She's the highest rated player in the entire women's event. Because Kanero will be favored in every matchup, Team India's success likely depends on a great result for her on board 1. But India's chances by no means end with Humpy. India has one of the strongest second boards in the event as well, Harika Dronavalli. A 3-time third-place finisher in the Women's World Championship, Dronavalli is likely to be a key contributor to success in Chennai. Vaishali Ramesh Babu is the third board for India and is by far the youngest member of India's top women's team.
Playing board 3, Vaishali takes on a similar responsibility as her brother, Pragnananda, who plays board 3 for India's second open team.
On this team, the fourth board belongs to commentator extraordinaire Tanya Sajdev. In fact, Sajdev has represented her country in every Olympiad since 2008. In 2012, she even won the individual bronze medal for her board. The experienced Bhakti Kulkarni completes the tournament's highest-rated roster.
A medal may be unprecedented, but with a squad this strong, gold is clearly the goal for India's leading women's team.
Lovely profile there. I like those videos. Very nice clips. Well done, everyone. Let's jump, Archers, to the Polish ladies team. We haven't seen much of their games, and there we see a very nice camera shot from the playing hall as they're all in their beautiful red and white jerseys.
Right. So the top board for Poland is Alina Kashlinskaya, who recently switched the federation from Russia to Poland.
Oh.
Of course, the big reason is that she's married to one of the Polish strongest grandmasters, Radoslav Wojtaszek, who is also here playing in Chennai. Judging the position from the wife's perspective, it's pretty much
balanced,
total equality, right?
Yeah. You know, it's very interesting. I'd like to quiz you on your experience on this exact position. So the idea is 4 versus 4, 2 versus 2, rook and knight versus rook and knight. Kings are very well off matched with one another. And here it comes. Here's the question that I want to quiz you on. What is the better file for the rook, the D file or the C file?
Well, the answer is simple. D file for the white rook, C file for the black rook.
Well, that's going to be in this position. But overall, when you have such positions, which file do you prefer to control?
Is there a right answer and a bad answer?
No, I don't think there's a right or a wrong. I think it's a question of preference or style. In my experience, because I've played so many of these endings, I was again a very big expert in the Queen's Gambit accepted positions. I preferred the C file.
I have no opinion really.
Okay.
I mean, I would say it depends on the position.
Right.
It's difficult to tell. I haven't had a lot of experience myself from these Catalan Queen's Gambit decline positions.
Which you can get the 4 versus 4.
Yeah, I haven't had them a lot. But yeah.
Okay. Just
not a valid answer even.
Yeah. Just it's been my experience that the C file actually has more, I don't know how to say it, operations, ability to make operations for one side or the other. We see the move E3, E4. By the way, I'm not going to say like this is the greatest, most ambitious move ever, but it does show ambition. It does tell us that white is trying to do something, like you've just pointed out. F4, E5, knight D6, white's idea. I'm anticipating rook C7 and asking white, okay, what's next?
Probably B3, right?
Right, and then we go A4, of course. So the idea behind that move is we want to take on B3 and maybe on a good day play b5. I don't know, rook c3.
I mean,
b5.
black needs to be a bit careful. Not sure how much, because these pawns are potentially targets, right? If you over push them, like b5, knight e6, they might become problem. a4, b5, again, they're slightly away from the black king.
Vulnerable. Yeah,
So you need to be a bit careful here.
Yeah, that's why I like the rook c7. And when you play the move b3, I was kind of, just for exactly the reasons you were saying, Arturs, I like the idea of trading off one of the weaknesses by playing b3, a4 for black and playing ab. It's sort of like I got rid of one of my pawns that the knight on c4 is targeting, and I get to play that move, b5, and I feel like I've equalized the game afterwards.
That's a brilliant point. Yeah, I think so. That's how it is. Let's move to the second board, where Michele Sando is playing against Monica Suchko. Boom, bishop g7. Did we just saw that?
Yeah,
very
really,
good
just
timing.
in time.
Very good timing. I mean,
Right?
wow.
That looks like a crusher, in fact. Bishop g7, king g7, queen f6 check. Oh dear, oh dear.
Oh, wow. What is this? Is there a mate? Check. If there's no mate, I don't know what's a mate.
I'm a pawn grubber.
If there's no mate, I don't know what the mate looks like even. I mean, this is definitely a mate, right?
This is definitely a mate. This looks, cover your eyes, boys and girls. This looks like trouble galore. Bishop g7.
I think we have to mention that all of the games are rapidly approaching the time trouble, because this is usually, what is it, something like 3.5 hours in the game. Right. They get to the clocks, they're getting to the 0 mark. And to remind you, the format of the tournament, you get extra 30 minutes after move 40. So for example, here we are seeing, this is move 30, whichever it is, 8, yeah? Move 30, no wait, move 30.
Yeah.
Move 30, yeah, move 30. Yeah, and so you still need to make a lot of moves, something like 10 moves, and that's why in the time scramble, I don't know, 80% of the games are decided, right? This is usually clock. The tournament hall becomes very loud, a lot of clicking on the clocks. There's a lot of action, a lot of finishes, a lot of chit chat, because some people like to share their thoughts immediately right after the game. And once the very quiet hall suddenly becomes very, very noisy.
Yeah, exactly. And then it suddenly, everybody's disappears too, right? It like the hall empties out rather fast. Now, after this move, queen h6, I mean, black might be thinking it's not so bad. I can play knight e4, protecting the f6 square. Rook takes e4, rook takes d5. It's not so bad, it's not so bad, until you see that move. Ugh.
Yeah, that is bad news, and I think black missed it, because this is on the board. The way I see it, the bishop g7, king g7 was played, and that's it. And that's it. Yeah, so looks very powerful attack by Michele Sando, which might be a slight surprise, actually.
Indeed. Nice game. Other games that
let's check very quickly, because there's a couple of games I would like to go back to the open section before the first time control is
finished. I'm anxious to find out about Team USA, having dropped that 1 point in round 4. They're playing a tough team from Israel. Again, on paper, we're a big favorite, but let's see what we've got here. Oh,
board number 3 has already scored a victory for Team Poland.
I was about to say that pawn on f6 looks awfully good.
Yeah, this is board number 4. Yelena Kosma is playing against Michalina Rudzinska. White has an extra pawn. That's what I see. So it should be pretty good for white, although the bar says it's equal for some reason. I'm not sure why.
Not sure why, but in my professional opinion, white's a pawn ahead.
Yeah, white's a pawn ahead, yeah. I mean, I don't know why. White should be equal. I see the bar is equal, but no, I disagree. It's not equal.
Yeah,
maybe
that's
the bar or
that's
something.
Problem.
Definitely not equal. Just rook d2, h5, king f4. You can play this forever. What do you think, Yasser? Let's jump in back to the open section.
Let's do it. I'm anxious.
I saw this request to see Gukesh's game against Sheriff, because that's one of the central games of the round. Maybe we might still make it.
Whoa, things have changed radically. Oh, this is the Alexei Shirov position. Oh my gosh. Remember we were talking about the two connected pass pawns in the center? We got
there
it.
they are.
And that's overwhelming. I'm sorry to say that for Alexei fans, King F4, D3, D2, and the pawns roll with the threat of mate.
And you don't see Gukesh on the board, and this means the 48 move has been made, so probably King F4, like you already said. Sheriff is not very happy because look at the pawn count, 1, 2, 3, 4 against 1, 2, 3. One might think White is very happy because he's up a pawn and connected pass pawns at the queen side, but what really matters, ladies and gentlemen, is how far they're advanced.
The quality of the pawns, and in this case, definitely D3 and E4 versus A3 and B2. Guess what? You can have an extra. You can even have an extra pawn on A4. I'm feeling generous.
I mean, if Gukesh is going to continue to play like this, Yasser, I mean, he's only 16 years old. He comes here today. He crushes Sheriff with the black color. I mean, he's going to be, I don't know, 2750 or higher in no time because he's showing so much incredible games. I mean, I'm just stunned. Really. I'm not sure. I don't have the word in my vocabulary.
Right. It's always terrible when you go and play in an open tournament these days and there's some nice like 15-year-old and with the beautiful braces on their teeth and they go, "Hi, I'm 2300, but I want to be world champion one day."
I'm gonna be the first one. I'm gonna be the first one to say that's the next world champion right there.
Wow.
I said it.
You may not be the first one to say it though.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I said it today, maybe.
Yeah, very good.
That's the next world champion right there.
If you don't mind, you told me in the match between Israel and the United States that there was 2 draws on boards 1 and 2 that neither Fabi nor Levon could dent their opponent's
maybe let's jump to that in a moment.
And even that there might be 3 draws, actually. I beg your pardon.
Yeah, there's 3 draws because Fabi didn't get anything. You know, this should be a disappointment because, again, you check this position after the opening.
We thought that Fabi, we were getting ourselves excited that Fabi had a very promising looking attack for the cost of a pawn.
So what Boroshovsky did, he did provoke his opponent, and then he, I'm not sure if that's the right word, effortlessly made a draw.
Or yeah.
Maybe not really so effortlessly, but this is the 4th and the final game of Team United States against Israel. Here, Dominguez Perez has a chance to become the hero of the team because he is looking great. He has an extra pawn. He's ahead on the clock, and this could mean for Team USA 2.5 against 1.5 victory.
By the way, we against such a very powerful Israeli squad, that exchange sacrifice that Lanier has done, and he's got this position that's so favorable for him. That's a result that we'll be pleased with. I mean, again, it's not been a great showing in the first 4 rounds, but a victory over Israel is something that we could definitely.
Oh wait, yes, sir. I miscalculated. I mean, what is down on exchange?
Yes,
I announced it's an extra pawn. I just realized that Rothstein is building Alekin's gun. I mean, not technically Alekin's gun because the queen needs to be on f8 and rook on f7. I realized, wait, where's White's rook? It's not here. It's not here. It's nowhere.
Except there is a pass pawn on d6. There is a pass pawn on b5 that might be going to d7. So yeah, you're right. You've got the triple battery, but after, for example, e4 takes f5, g6 takes f5, not really too much of a choice, I would think. d6, pardon me.
Yeah, but this is not so clear because I felt that this is definitely a game in the bag for Dominguez, the Team United States. And now that I look at this position, I don't care what the bar is saying. Yeah. I mean, it's not very obvious. So Queen A7 instead is played. And while we're looking at this, maybe let's check very quickly the profile of Team USA.
Couple of powerhouse countries on the sidelines, Team USA is the popular choice to take gold at the 44th Olympiad. Blessed with a talented roster led by Fabiano Caruana, the top-seeded Americans are looking to secure gold as they did 4 Olympiads ago back in 2016. That gold medal was historic for the United States, as it was the first gold for Team USA since 1976, a drought that spanned across 5 decades. Loaded with Olympiad experience, Caruana and Wesley So were both key contributors to the gold medal team in 2016. Even one of the newest members to Team USA, Levon Aronian, is no stranger to competing at the Olympiad. Aronian bagged gold while representing Armenia during a stretch in which that country won 3 gold medals across 4 straight Olympiad appearances. Also making his Team USA debut in Chennai is Lanier Dominguez. Considered to be one of the strongest players ever to come out of Cuba, Dominguez rounds out a Team USA roster with few weaknesses. Coached by Chess.com commentator Robert Hess, Team USA's roster is so deep that reserve Sam Shankland would likely play first board for most countries in this year's event. As expected, Caruana leads Team USA as the first board. But even with a gold medal already under his belt, Fabi heads into this Olympiad with plenty of motivation. Coming off his clunky finish at the Candidates Tournament, Fabi will need to find his game for the US to realize its potential as the favorites. Carrying 3 of the top-ranked players at the 44th Olympiad while facing a significantly weakened field of countries, the United States is well-positioned to come away from India with just its 3rd gold medal since 1937. The time for Team USA is now.
A lovely profile there of Team USA, and why there is such an overwhelming favorite, really composed of all-stars, Artur.
Yeah, sir. I mean, I have to ask you this question. Is USA still the team to beat?
Absolutely, no question about it. In each and every match that they play, on paper, they're overwhelming favorites, and really they dropped the 1 match point, and it's very common that the gold medal team probably loses 1 game, 1 match, that is to say gives up 2 match points, and even draws. So a gold medal result was something like you win all your matches except 3 where you draw. So giving up the 1 point early is a no-no. It's by no means tragic or bad. I would be shocked if any team went through perfect.
Right. A couple of moves have been played.
By the way, Queen A7, very kind of a cold move, defending the pawn on F2, and just again, your queen does not want to lead the rook. After the move Queen A7, finally, like there's ideas of Rook C7 are on White's agenda, and we saw the move Knight B6. Now here, I think Lanier has a very awkward choice because, you kind of just want to trade queens and diffuse any attack along the F file. But keeping the queens by playing Rook C7, putting Rook C6 on the board, like you've just shown, that's very, very compelling as well.
This is on the board. I just
it's
don't
on the
have
board.
it on the coverage. I see it in the camera. So now it's on A4 that is played. Oh, there you go.
Yeah. Oh,
There
well,
you
then this should be overwhelming now suddenly for White.
Queen A5, just take the pawn while it's still there. Unless, of course, you want to decide the game immediately with something like B6, B7.
I was actually thinking Queen E7. It's like one of those Grandmaster tucks. You kind of go, give me the E5 pawn, give me the rook, and maybe I want you to trade the rooks so that I can go B takes C6. What did you do? Queen A5. Ooh. Look at this. the clock is a key factor. Sorry.
Clock is a key factor. Again, they're getting only 30 seconds per move. This is a time trouble for both players. You don't see
Queen
clearly
takes
the
A5.
clocks, but they have less than 1 minute each. Queen A5, the secure move. I like it from Dominguez's part because you try to play in time trouble as safe as possible, not to make any committal decisions. F takes on E4. I don't think he's going to allow any sacrifice to the pawn on F2. So most likely, rook takes on F6, bishop E4.
Just double check what you're just saying there. Bishop takes E4,
Yeah.
rook F2, queen A4. I don't
there's something hanging on A4.
Yeah, I don't see any. Yeah, you can check me on F1 and you can check me again on F2, but I'll block with a piece on G2 on that second check. In other words, rook F1 check, king H2, rook F8 to F2 check, bishop G2, and he's done bishop takes E4.
Dominguez made him of 3 seconds on the clock. Did you see that?
No, I didn't see that. Dominguez linear, I have seen him. My heart goes. I've seen him move with 1 second on his clock in classical games. It's like,
and he's not even stressed.
And he's not stressed. It's like, yeah, I got this. Bishop takes E4. Very, very challenging moment now because queen takes 8, and he's done rook F2. I didn't see what he's going to do after queen A4.
Black is going desperate. I mean, he has to do something now. The question is, who has calculated it better? Is it white or is it black? Rook F2, queen A4, you're saying, Yasser, I'm slightly scared, but then again, I see this queen on G8. Cannot easily jump in join the attack. You cannot play queen G8, queen C1, and that's simply a legal move.
And fortunately for Team USA, it is a legal move, but queen takes 8, 5, 3,
B2. Oh, queen A4. Oh, 2 seconds. I mean, now it's time to relax. Now it's time to relax.
Was that move 40? Was it move 40?
Yeah, this is move 40. Oh. The captain's card rate is like 200 or something. I mean, you cannot watch.
No, that's where my best man at my wedding, John Donaldson, is like, okay, I need a clinic defibrillator. Oh my goodness, 2 seconds on his clock. And I think we have a move. Queen, yes, queen.
Is this a move he expected? Probably. He had to check rook F1 check very quickly. He had to check queen F7. Now there is some mate threats. I don't know where they are. They are somewhere. But the bar says white is winning. I think it's right. Maybe it's something like knight G2.
At knight G2 looks like a very, very good move to me. I tell you, as somebody who likes a saved king, I must confess that I would probably look at rook C1, pardon me, to stop rook F1. Myself, I would just say I wouldn't want to see that rook landing on F1, and I know I've got G2 nicely covered. So I think rook C1 is an easy move for white to play, but boy, it's just I'm still recovering from.
But this is still incredibly scary, and
from the 1 second.
Wow, you have to calculate that, because I think what I would have done, to be honest, if I was in time trouble, I would have probably taken on F6. I would take on F6, take it, and then I would give black exactly the chances he was looking for.
Knight C5 and so forth.
Yeah, Knight C5. Suddenly the game is on.
Well,
and that's why Dominguez is an elite player. He cold-blooded calculated it.
Yeah, and that, by the way, is also a great example of Juan Fabiano Caruana, because that is also a player who will look at the dangers in the position and calculate them and say, no, it's nothing to worry about. I got this. And you're like, my heart was in my, oh boy. No, those 2 seconds are killers, I got to tell you. So here, And is this the hero game? Is this the one game?
This is the hero game. Yeah, this is the
three
hero
draw?
game because USA right now against Israel is 1.5 against 1.5. And again, Dominguez is going to be the hero most likely, unless he's going to blunder the mate. I don't think so. I think actually, Yasa, you're probably going to agree. Sometimes you're either very lucky or incredibly unlucky. I mean, what I mean about that, how much moves do you still need to make? So imagine him here. Need to make the 40th move right here.
Right.
It could be difficult, right?
Mm-hmm.
It could be difficult because Knight G2 is a human move. Maybe Bishop G2 also is a move you want to consider. Rook C1 is a move. And now move 40 is over.
You got your time to think. Let's just check some results after the time control, because as you were mentioning, the time control usually produces so many back results. And what do we have so far? Let's start
Cuba
with...
is leading Azerbaijan. Look at that.
Whoa.
It's a bit unexpected, to be honest, because I always felt that Azerbaijan is usually one of the strongest players in the field. Now, Rajabov is not playing. We already discussed this, but still.
I want to say it was Uzbekistan who held the United States to a 2-2 draw. Slovakia had won in a kind of a nice upset, 2.5, 1.5 over Ukraine, I believe, losing 3-0. Wow, huge statement there. Team Canada, and by the way, that game of Anish.
Yes, he won it. He won it.
We thought it was
worse.
That exchange sacrifice was how do you say, the meat and the potatoes of the job.
That was really, really beautiful indeed. So
right,
yeah.
And then the top boards in the top section, boards 1 through 5. What do we have in terms of results?
So the top seeded, I think it's India against Romania. Let me check. We are going to go and check those games, but I think that's going to be most likely this Eric Gaisi against Parlegras. I think that's the only remaining game there, but we're going to check it. Spain against India too. No results so far. I mean, this is incredible.
Wow, England. Armenia at the moment 1-1, and as we know, Israel, United States, 3 draws, 1 game remaining, and Team France versus Team Poland 1-1 with 2 games to go. So very, very tight, close scores. And in the women's section?
Yeah, in the women's section, there we have France is right now losing to the main favorite of the tournament, also the hosts, Team India, number 1 team, 2-1. Team Ukraine already finished in a draw, 2-2 against Azerbaijan. Look at that.
All games remaining in Team India versus Georgia. By the way, big matchup. Georgia always sends a powerful ladies team.
Right, and Romania is leading against Poland, and Cuba, no result against Kazakhstan.
Excellent. And Rook C1, I see, I think that Lanier went to the bathroom, kind of washed his face, said, you know what? I should defend my back rank. I should defend my first rank. And in this case, he played Rook C1. And I think that once you shut off the attack and you just play these defensive moves, I don't even care. Bishop G2, Knight G2, as you mentioned, either one of those 2 moves. And you see that the D pawn is running, it will be time for Black to throw in the towel. But
one thing really, really begs the question: why did the bar drop?
What after?
Why did the bar drop?
Gee, I don't know. Did the Rook C1? Did that allow some crazy tactic that I didn't see?
Maybe this is not winning after all. I mean, because maybe it's just lagging because Rook C1 is a very natural move.
Very natural move. I think you're right. I think you just you put the rook back on C6 and it didn't jump or something.
Okay. I mean, yeah, there's some delay. Yeah, probably. There's some delay. Rook C1 looks fine to me. I don't see any way for Black immediately force a draw. Let's move on. Let's check more games. Any suggestions? Yeah, sir, you would like to check? Maybe we have to go again to the
if
Team India leading.
Yeah, exactly. I wanted to suggest, if you don't mind, Team India, I know that we have been focusing on our hosts, but they deserve it. And whoa, okay, this was
Bishop's
the
game
two.
into life in the end.
Yeah, they sure did in a major way too. I mean, I don't know. There was an awful looking pawn structure for white in this game. Suddenly, those pawns on d6 and e5 look, wow, just awesome. And this bishop coming to h3 would terrify me.
We left it about here, right? We were really not very clear how the game progressed. White fixed his pawn structure. Still, the game is an incredibly complicated. I would expect repetition. No. All of this makes perfect sense. But now white keeps pawn on d6 alive.
Yeah. Well, those two connected pass pawns, even though they appear for the moment to be firmly blocked, it's just that they're really annoying.
Right.
And now I don't even know if I have to play the move c4. I would probably be tempted to simply bishop h3, knight takes c3, king f5, and go, team go, king f6, king f7, and that just looks terrible, terrible. Yes.
And very good for white. So this
Very
also means that most likely the #1 Indian team is going to score another victory. Very close match, but Romanians have been fighting really well.
Yes.
This could have turned either way, to be honest. I have a feeling.
It felt like a 3-result game, doesn't it?
Yeah, it felt like a 3-result game.
And finally, once more, if you don't mind, women's team India, we haven't seen.
Yeah, let's jump over to the.
It's 2-1 with one game remaining, I believe.
Yeah, let me try to pull it up.
Please. And by the way, our audience hasn't been too worried. They haven't been pressing us with any questions, interesting questions. So shout out to our audience, please. We're anxious and at the ready. Oh, pardon me, you've already got some results there.
Right. Yeah, let's jump back to that a moment a bit later, right? I could not pull up those games.
Okay.
So instead, perhaps let's check still the open section and how is India 2 doing against Spain. I see that Michal Sarin has played a draw against Guyaro, and that's pretty much it.
That's it. But we did, when we left it, we thought that Alexei Shirov's position was simply terrible with a capital T. So much so we thought it was just completely lost.
Right.
It still appears to be the case. I'm looking at the position. I can quickly imagine Black playing king f2 to e1 and threatening to go d2 check. Oops, that could cost a rook.
King f2 and king e1.
Yes, with the idea of d3, d2 check, costing Alexei his rook. And then it's all she wrote.
Oh, right. So here Gukesh looks really great. So who was the second board? Michal Sarin already said it's a draw. The third board is Prague against Santos Latasa here.
And that was where we thought that Prague was actually suffering.
I know he is still suffering, but he's holding, by the way.
Suffering and holding. Are we sure? I guess so.
I guess so, yeah.
Somehow the rook got traded. We left it in a position where White's rook seemed to give him some kind of an edge. But okay. The current position, White just voluntarily traded his rook.
He traded himself. And of course, he has a beautiful control of the light square. But the question is, how do you crash through? It might be not enough. But of course, also Santos Latasa, he sees that his countryman Sheriff is losing. So this means that this could essentially be 250 plus moves game. Oh, there's a question, by the way, from the chat. Modi Yabli is asking, what do you think is the biggest upset in the tournament so far? Yes, sir.
Ooh, I have to, Norway losing was pretty big. America being stunned by Uzbekistan. Had the miracle not occurred, Sam Shanklin was losing. America could have easily lost the match to Uzbekistan instead of getting away with a 1-1 result. For the moment, it feels to me at the moment that the Norway loss was pretty big. How about yourself on this one? Arturs, any really big upsets in the first few days? We weren't seeing them so much from a team perspective, an individual perspective, a few draws, but we'll look forward still to more upsets. What do you say?
Yeah, here we have this very nice information gathered about some of the most notable results yesterday. So Norway did not beat Mongolia, which probably was a big surprise, especially since Magnus Carlsen was not playing. Also, USA dropping a match point against Uzbekistan, and actually USA could have lost it. It was pretty.
That's what I'm saying. I think we were very, very fortunate to escape with a tie. In fact, for sure.
Right. Well, a lot of unexpected results, and this is Olympiad. Also, by the way, my country Latvia yesterday produced a very nice, surprising result. They beat Denmark, so I was happy. I was following them, for a while. So Denmark actually struggling in this tournament, but still, I mean, Team Latvia managed to produce a very, very nice upset. I'm happy for them. But while we talk about that, before we continue to look at more games from the leaderboards at the open section, then we're going to jump into the ladies section. Yasser, I think this is a very good moment to make a break as the first time control is over.
It gives me a chance to replenish my drinks, and we'll see everyone on the other side of the break.
The Olympiad is the ultimate team competition in chess. However, Norway's chances for medaling for the first time likely rest on the shoulders of one player. That player also happens to be the reigning world champion, Magnus Carlsen. Carlsen will be in Chennai to represent Norway for the first time since 2016. Inevitably, he is key to a potential Norwegian success story. If Team Norway is to find a spot on the podium, or even shock the world and win it all, Carlsen must dominate. Still, even a dominant world champion will need help. Fortunately for Norway, the supporting cast is the strongest that it's ever been. Arjen Tari, the 2017 World Junior Chess Champion, is one of the world's top 100 players and will play the second board for Norway. Tari was just 14 years old when Carlsen became World Chess Champion, but now, though young, he is an experienced competitor and a valuable Norwegian star. Also representing Norway's post-Carlsen generation are Johan Sebastian Christensen and Frode Urkedal. They too were but teenagers when Carlsen reached the pinnacle of individual chess. Now they must hold their own if Norway is to reach the top of team chess. Jon Ludvig Hemmer, Carlsen's longtime friend and a former 2700 player, rounds out this exciting team. Hemmer also has been a valued second to Carlsen in some of his greatest successes. The Norwegians have never medaled in the Olympiad, but this year, Norway is seeded third. With their high seeding comes high expectations of taking home their first medal.
Welcome back, everybody. The World Chess Olympiad has reached the second time control of the fifth round. Your hosts today are Yasser Servan. I'm Arthur Nations. But before we jump into the action of the ongoing games, there's one thing I would like to mention. It's the Chess.com Global Championship. So the Chess.com Global Championship play-in phase continues. Catch two broadcasts at 5 a.m. and 10 a.m. Pacific on Monday and Fridays through August 5th. Watch us title players and Chess.com members who qualified through the open qualifiers battle for a spot in the field of 64. It's Chess.com's biggest prize fund ever, with $1 million up for grabs. Catch all the action right here on Chess.com. Do it now.
Wow, $1 million. I mean, put me in there, Coach. I'm ready to throw the patties. Very, very nice. Big thanks to Chess.com for making these competitions possible. And you've got a position in front of you. This is the game of Prague. And how realistic is it for White? White has the advantage, that's for sure. But his winning chances, are they realistic?
To be honest, not so much.
No,
no, not so much. But what I see really helps. They have made a couple of moves, by the way. Yeah, it doesn't
Yeah,
really
they
change anything. Doesn't matter. But what it really helps is that White has plenty of time. This means 46 minutes against Black's 9. The position is simple. You can play it forever.
Right.
But one thing I would like to immediately mention is perhaps White would have a lot greater chances against anybody else. Why do I say this? Because in the fresh memory is Prague's recent game against Yannick Pelletier, whichever round it was. I mean, maybe yes,
It
you
was
remember.
the Switzerland, maybe round 2 or so. There was Team India with a 3-0 result, and Prague was suffering. Probably
Prague was suffering, and he suffered, and then he slowly equalized, and then he won the game. So the kid is extremely resilient, and it's not like let's say you put this position, let's say White against anybody, maybe he's going to outplay him. I'm not sure how much chances he has against the young Indian, but one thing is clear: he's going to play it. He's going to play it forever, because we already saw during the break Sheriff resigned. Gukesh played another model game, and he is not only over 2,700, he's storming to the world's elite as we speak.
Very, very, very impressive. By the way, I think that was the first result in the game of Spain, right? I mean,
no, there was a draw as well.
There was
Sorry, made a draw as well.
Yeah, I saw this moment where there was like, you know, all 4 games are going, and then suddenly, Team India 2, your danger squad, your squad that you said, hey, wait a minute, I'm not convinced that Team India Team A is any better than India Team B.
Yeah, and I just noticed that also Adiban has won the game, and this means that it does not really matter. Team India again is cruising over another opponent, another victim. It's just incredible, right?
Right. 5 in a row. 5.
I think this is the result we're looking at today.
Exactly. And this game also, by the way, looks to me like this passed pawn on c6 is just going to decide the game right here, right now. Bishop takes f6, g takes f6, queen g3 check. Get out of the way of the pawn. Get ready to play c6, c7, and, well, just claim victory.
I'm very, very happy for them, really. So, yeah, happy to see them. I'm curious how Team India is going to perform against top 1 India. I think this is going to be a match. We definitely, I mean, don't even switch to anything else. I'm just really curious to see how they're going to play it out. Of course, against USA, who still remain heavy favorites. Talking about USA, do we check how
when we left
only game still ongoing?
Yeah, when we left it, Lanier was the hero, and he had 2 minor pieces for a rook, but it wasn't. It was worse than that. It's really very, very simple. If Black's attack on the king side doesn't produce a draw or a victory, he's lost. He could just simply resign. And after this move, rook c1, do we have any moves, or the relay stopped?
No, I don't think so. So unless Black could immediately somehow,
there's a
queen f6, queen f3.
Yeah, queen f6, queen a3.
Again, securing the 3rd rank, just in case, making sure there is no tricks, no ideas.
Yeah, queen g5 might have been a cheapo potential there, and Lanier just said, I'm going to protect the rook, I'm going to protect the pawn on g3, and well, again, white has a huge material advantage.
Yeah.
And if there's no queen f2 check landing in the very near future, Black can resign with a clear conscience.
Right, that's what it looks like, to be honest. So that is Team United States, most likely they're going to score a victory. India, second team, is getting the better of Spain. First team of India, we already checked it some time ago. Yeah, this looks like crushing victory for White. Those 2 bishops combined with 2 pawns. These pawns at the queen side don't matter at all. Don't look at them. Don't matter at all. Don't matter.
That's right.
Because everything is decided here. And and that would mean that also the first team of India is going to win it. Then there's the team of England against Armenia, and this is something we haven't checked for a while, have we now?
Let's check in on the boys, the lads from England.
So there's one draw. I see that Michael Adams has played a draw against Gabriel Sargsyan.
Okay.
David Kabel has played a draw against Samuel Tersakakyan. So we have two more games where maybe let's start with the second board. Hrant Melkomyan is playing against Luke McShane. Oh, look at that.
Well,
Endgame specialist, rejoice.
I like White's chances very, very much here. This 3 versus 1 majority and this outside pass pawn on, I've won these types of endings so much in my career. I tend to feel that they're winning, but here the pawn is pretty darn far advanced. B3.
So if I take it,
right? King takes.
Oh wait, the bar doesn't like that for whatever reason. And I want to play rook b7, e6. Somehow it wants those pawns. Maybe even sack this pawn.
Yes, precisely. Using the h5, h6 pawn as a decoy in order to get the two connected pass pawns, e5 and f6 going, should be winning for White.
Right, right. This looks very good. Yeah, h6, by the way, is on the board. I would say that Melkomyan is going to do it. I mean, unless somehow Black is going to organize a counterplay against the e-pawn. Let's say rook e3, check,
right.
e6. I just played h5, h6. How do you stop me?
I may not be able to, actually.
Yeah, that's the point, right? I honestly, how do you stop it?
Exactly.
Maybe this is just winning. It sure looks very good. And this on the fourth board of team Armenia against England is Robert Kafkanisyan against Gavain Jones. And
by the way, you sometimes you should just tell me who's White.
Yeah, so Robert Kafkanisyan is playing with White against Gavain Jones. I'm slightly surprised. I think we're missing. Oh, there you go.
Uh-oh.
Just a second.
What's that? Something just happened.
I'm not sure. Okay, some weirdness is happening here, but the game is still ongoing. We're going to maybe check this game in a moment. Later, either way, big result perhaps for Melkomyan. So at the moment, it looks like Armenians are favorites. That's what it looks like.
White's 2 pawns up.
Unless White is going to lose the same game with 2 pawns. No, I think we're missing some mostly.
Yeah, something's wrong.
All right. Let's jump forward.
Okay.
Team USA is still playing. Maybe France against Poland.
By all means.
So the top board, Jules Moussard has played his draw against young Krzysztof Duda. There's also a draw on the fourth board where Mark Andrea on Maurizi has played a draw against Mateusz Bartel. And then we have 2 alive games. It's the board number 2 and board number 3. So maybe let's check board number 2 first.
Sure. Yeah, it's like sometimes I see a position that we saw
with White against
2 hours ago. Yeah,
that's the game. And we also, I think we are going to get the video in a moment. We have a very nice view on the players as we speak.
Okay, once again, this is France, Poland. 2 games are completed. 2 games remain. 1-1.
Right.
Well, this looks like White just wins. He's a pawn up. Nothing to discuss. E4, E5. Let's go. And yeah, it's game over on as far as I can tell about this one. Also,
looks very good. Yeah.
The fact that
looks very good for Poland.
Yeah, it's kind of pathetic, right? Where do you move Black's rook? B7 and D7. You can't go to A7 and A3 and activate. And in the meanwhile, this E pawn is going, and then F6 will be a check, and it will be a mate. Actually.
Right. And the third board of France against Miranda Wojcik is, this is already a lot of moves got to be made.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's very strange. I'm seeing a position that we saw 3 hours ago. Is it?
No. There's the real position. White has a piece for 2 pawns. So if somebody can win it, it's Lagarde. But could be difficult. Still, I would very much prefer white.
Well, Black's king is not on H6 where it's nice and protected. It's open hunting season on a Black's king. I'd be very, very surprised if white isn't just winning like by force.
So at the moment, this match is looking quite balanced because Wojciech is
winning,
having an extra pawn. He's trying to convert it. Probably he should do it.
Right.
And then we have from the French side on the third board, Maxime Lagarde playing against Miranda Wojcik. He has some extra material. I have a feeling he's going to do it. I mean, I see the bar says white is slightly better, but I'm talking about the practical problems for Black to draw this. I don't know what he has to do. What he's supposed to do to trade this remaining pawn on G2. I don't know.
F5, F4, F3 as soon as he can. But I don't think he's going to get that opportunity. And especially, I think Black's king is actually still very vulnerable to checkmating attacks as well. So yeah, definitely white and if this match ended 2-2, I'd have to applaud Team France. I think that they're outperforming.
Indeed. All right, who is next? Who is next on the list? There's also this, this one result between Azerbaijan against Cuba. I think we left it a while ago, and maybe we'd stop at Shuck's game.
Cuba was leading 1-0, I think.
Right, and that is Albornoz Cabrera beating Rauf Mamedov on board 2.
White is completely winning. There's a Tsuji against the knight on A4. This bishop on D4 dominates the knight. The word Tsuji is from the game of Go, where you have one stone dominating the other. And in this case, this bishop on D4 dominates the knight. B6, C5, C3, and B2 are all covered by White's bishop.
There should be some sort of a checkmate, right? Yes, or something like F5, G5, and now just find the study here. I mean, there should be a way to bring the bishop here and try to checkmate the king.
Yeah, I was going to say, otherwise you got to go H6, and I'll go pawn takes H6. I'll make a queen.
Maybe it's even Zugzwang.
That's what I mean. You got to go H6.
Yeah. All right. Talking about Team Azerbaijan, let's have a look at who is playing for Team Azerbaijan. Number 1 board, chess legend Shakriar Mamedyarov, everybody's favorite, is here in Chennai, India, trying to fight for the medals. Timur Rajabov at the last moment pulled out, and he was replaced by Nijat Abbasov.
Yeah.
Due to COVID concerns, as far as I understand. A second board is Rauf Mamedov, Gadir Gusenov, Vasev Dorarbaili. The fifth board, reserve player Nijat Abbasov. Very strong players, all about 2650. Definitely one of the medal contenders.
No question about it. Even though with Timur's withdrawal, they slipped from 3rd to 6th in terms of ranking coming into this competition. They're dangerous for everybody. They're very, very, very dangerous squad.
Look at this, Yasser. I mean, this is amazing, right? I mean, all pawn grabbers, pay attention. So White can take the pawn on F6, right? So bishop takes an F6. The knight goes out.
Yeah.
So what Shak is saying here, sometimes there are more important things than winning a pawn. So this bishop is imprisoning the knight on A4.
Right.
King F5, King G3, I guess. King E6.
King F4.
king f4, king d5, and there should be
Pause.
some winning, right?
Yeah, pause right here, because it's sort of like now that we've got the active white king, now might be the time to just go bishop takes f4, king g5, and cash in the chips, because we've got to pass f pawn, and we can finally release the knight. The worst damage the knight can really do is win the a3 pawn. And it's going to take forever for black's king and knight to win the b4 pawn. In the meanwhile, we've got a streaker. The f pawn is ready to make a coronation. Bishop to e7, defends b4, and very nice, almost study-like setup in this ending for Shaq.
Yeah, looking really good. So it's safe to say that Mamedyarov is very close to win the game. I don't see really any defense for black.
Nope.
This knight on a4 is so bad. And that's why Shakhriyar is basing his entire strategy to exploit his knights on a4. Unfortunate placement. So that will mean the match would be tied if Mamedyarov is going to win it. So who is the next? Let me check in the list of Team Azerbaijan. Vasif Durarbaili. Maybe let's head over to his game.
Okay.
He's playing against Quezada Perez Luis. I think that's the younger brother of the firstborn, because there's several Quezada Perez, Yasser, and Luis Ernesto. I think he was the younger brother. That's what I read. All right. So rook b3 is played.
Well, black's a pawn up and has every right to think that he should be winning. White's pieces are basically tied down to some very defensive roles, and black has every reason to expect victory. One thing I would just point out boldly is that black's king could play more of a role than it currently does. White's king is, doing its best to keep the black rooks and the white knight, the black knight out of the game. I'd be surprised if there wasn't some forcing victory here, forcing ways of forcing victory.
For black, something like rook c3.
That looks like one right off the bat that I would say is very close to winning. Another one I kind of like as well is like rook c6 to c5, and just to prepare it. Ooh, that's the easiest. That wins on the spot. Yeah. And
this just wins the game immediately.
Yep. Sure.
So
does.
yeah, it's safe to say that black is going to win this, and that would mean again Cuba in the lead. And finally, the fourth board, Azerbaijan against Cuba, is
queen ending. Queen ending alert.
Cuba is about to beat Azerbaijan. That's what it looks like.
It sure does. And this one, again, I mean, black is desperately seeking perpetual checks, but it sure feels like you can slalom the king up the board, and somehow with the queen beautifully centralized on e4 means that you'll be able to interpose the queen against a check one day, avoid a perpetual, and should be victorious. Again, I'm not interested in whatever the bar says. I'm thinking of it from a human perspective. It's almost impossible to save these types of positions. So these are, this looks very comfortable for victory for Cuba. Wow. Yes, sir. Look at Vincent Kiemer's game. He's playing an amazing game today. Well, thank you for that. We'll definitely take a look at the German team in just a moment. I think we lost Arturs, or maybe me. And here we have, let me just see what game we have here. Another queen ending. Black with this passed pawn. It's always one of those things in these queen endings. You look for the quality of the passed pawn, and here the quality is on Black's side of the table. I'm just looking at this game of Vincent for a moment, as he's about to play d4, d3, and the queen is ideal on c3 on the long diagonal. No perpetual checks for white in this game, Arthur.
Yeah, looks very good for Black.
Absolutely. And in terms of the German, we only have one result, right? So 3 games to play, 1 draw.
Yep.
Okay, very, very good. Very, very, very good. Can we just take a look once more at the ladies section and to see what? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm being told that the transmission with the ladies is just having a trouble at the moment. So we're going to stay with the open sections. Where would you like to go, Arthur?
Maybe you choose.
Maybe I should choose.
Right.
Oh, you're giving me the power. I feel I feel that I have to do something very special with this power. I don't always get to tell us where we should drive. Now we think that Lanier has clinched the match for Team USA. We saw that Netherlands had a 3-0 result against Canada. It's very, very hard to adopt a team. Can we see the remaining game between the Netherlands and Canada?
Let's move on to the game. Which game is it?
It was one remaining game. I'm not too sure which one.
All right, let's check it out, because Anish Giri has beaten Eric Hansen. Raja Pajwani has lost to Jordan Van Forest. So who else is there? Let me check. Benjamin Buck, most likely.
Definitely. The man with the terrible haircut. We were thinking that Benjamin is in need of a good attorney, that we could start a lawsuit on his behalf and claim all kinds of money.
Right.
Okay, here we go.
So far, Team Netherlands is looking to score.
Benjamin is white. Benjamin is white.
Yeah, Benjamin is white. So the pawn on g5 is weak. Of course, Benjamin could just call it a day, join the team, but the pawn on g5 is a weakness. So I would expect something like king g4. But there might be no progress, because after king g4, there's rook a4 check. And as much as you want to win the pawn on g5, this is what we call helpmate, or rook h4, and white's bust. So you can't do that.
Correct.
So if you can't do that, what do you do?
Well, I liked very much what you were saying there. King g4, rook a4 check, king h3. So now you're going to have to go back to yes. And then I was thinking g3 in order to protect the square h4, so I can do exactly what you wanted to do. King g4, king h5, without worrying about rook h4 checkmate. How do you can Benjamin score a victory this way?
Right. You know, yes, I'm not even sure. For example, let's say if I'm totally desperate from the black's perspective. I don't know what to do. What happens after rook a4? This is not very obvious to me. I mean, take it.
I'm afraid that this might be a draw.
Yeah, I have a feeling this is a draw. I have a feeling, but then again, the king is cut off. I'm not totally 100% sure about this.
Right. So you put your rook on you put your rook on e3. You invite me to snack on the g5 pawn. I politely decline. And can I try to set up mates with the rooks on the 7th rank instead of
taking the pawn, right?
Yeah.
Once again, let's go back to the same line here. G3. I don't understand what's going on. So instead of taking the pawn, you want to checkmate me.
Yes, but hold on. How would I best set up? Yes, so I want to do something like rook to the 7th, what you have shown already, rook b7, and then yes, I want to somehow slowly rook f6, rook f7, and set up the checkmates we're all familiar with.
Right. Yeah,
Still,
maybe.
you know, the problem with the 2 rooks ending is so many times when I win a pawn, it's not enough. The problem with the 4 rook ending is whose king is more vulnerable. With 4 rooks on the board, I have these checkmating nets that I would never have with 2 rooks, and that's a problem for black.
Of course, I could always force hand for white and play g4, invite you to take it. But, you know, I tell this also from the perspective as a player, because if you had the possibility not to give away a pawn like that, you never want to test it, right? You never really want to go there, because after rook g4, king g4. Now, honestly, is there a player on earth who can like put the hand on the heart and say, this is totally dead draw? I mean, I know you're not really sure about that. There's some technical issues. Every single position is unique. So even if g4 is drawing, it's something you don't want to do.
It's funny you should put it exactly like that, because I was playing a blitz match against Garry Kasparov at his home in Moscow. And his mama, Clara, was serving us teas and coffee and chocolates and stuff, and we're playing this very serious blitz match. Garry and I very, very competitive, and I had 2 pawns and a rook against 1 pawn and a rook, and I have an extra minute on the clock. We're playing 5-0, by the way, no increments, and Gary's desperately trying to draw, and he stops the clock and he shouts, draw. And I was like, no way, dude, I'm not going to give you a draw. I'm a pawn up, I'm ahead on the clock. And he turns around and he takes his book off the shelf, and it was by my trainer, Nikolai Minev, and it was a book that Nikolai had written in Bulgarian that had been translated to Russian. And I am not kidding, he absolutely did this. I'm shocked. He opened it up, the book, went bing, bing. He knew exactly the page, and it was the exact position on our board, and it said equal, and Nikolai Minev.
Wow.
And I went, wow, just like you. He put his hand on his heart and said, this position's a draw, Minev. I was prepared to argue with Garry, not with my trainer. I said, bravo, draw.
So he convinced you.
Okay. Absolutely. Well, I was just shocked by the fact that he knew exactly where in the book it was. He knew the position and he claimed it.
But there's one little problem that the book doesn't have, is the clock.
Of course, we understand. I was furious when he did it, but then I was so stunned that I had to say, look, you know, I admired the moment, and you know, tip the hat, bravo, Garry. But yeah, it was just amazing that what a memory that, you know, he saw the position, he knew it was right, and he knew what book it was in, which was the chapter, and which was the page. Right. Amazing. Sorry, let's try once again to see the ladies' game. What's happening?
Yeah, let me try to pull up.
Great story.
Up some of the games.
Absolutely true story. It shocked me.
Right. It seems that okay, now it's back working. Maybe we try to find some ongoing games in the ladies section.
By the way, the games that when we have seen the games of Tanya, We talked about one particular player who is having an outstanding tournament performance rating, Murphy. Tanya, I think, has won all of her games. Maybe I will have to be corrected on that, but if she has, she's got a pretty terrific TPR as well.
Right, and we have some of the results here available. So you see that India has beaten France already 2.5 against 1.5, and Azerbaijan 2-2 draw against Ukraine. Georgia has 2 points, actually, the second Indian team.
Okay.
Poland losing to Romania 1-2, and Kazakhstan getting the better of Cuba with 3 against 1. So definitely want to follow the games of India's second team against Georgia and Poland against Romania. And here
and it looks
I think
we've got a hero game between Poland and Romania. I'm seeing 1 point for the Polish ladies, 2 for Romania with 1 game remaining.
Right.
Let's have a look.
I opened already the game of Nina Batsashvili against Padmira Ruth. So Georgian team is leading against the second Indian team, one of the hosts. I mean, yeah, again, probably we'd have to talk about once again about how much effort has All Indian Chess Federation put in to make this happen. Really fantastic Olympiad so far. But here, Georgian team is just cruising to the victory because Batsashvili has extra pawns. How many? Just 1. But I think the big idea is Queen E5, Rook C8, Rook H8.
Correct.
So
it looks like
either way, I think Georgia is going to cruise to the victory here.
Indeed, as they do lead 2-0.
And the fourth board? Yeah, this is the fourth board. Agrawal, Vantika against Nana Zagnidze. Okay, there's not much to see here. This pawn is never going to make it here. Right. So that's a draw. It's a textbook draw. Like Garry Kasparov, I could like open Dvorkovich book and no, not Dvorkovich, but Dvoretsky's book. I have it by the way here. Yeah. Yeah. No,
the Endgame manual.
Sure. Page 225. Right. I bring it up. I know all of this. Okay, this is a draw, obviously.
Yes.
All righty, and also this one of the teams we want to check is Team Poland remaining game. Whichever board is it? I don't see it.
By the way,
from here.
Or India, Team India, top team. That's their 5th consecutive win. Who's going to stop the Indian ladies? Whoever it is going to need a bravissimo performance. It's got to be outstanding to stop this cruising Indian ladies team. What's this one?
That is Alina Kashlinskaya here playing against Irina Bumaga. She's not going to win this, is she? Just a second. I mean, let's delve into this position.
First impression is that white wins because it's a king and pawn endgame where you don't go king c5, king b5, a5. No. What you do instead is you go king d7, king e8. You use your h pawn as a decoy, and you go king takes f7.
Yeah, this is what I just noticed. Yeah, my first process, as was you said, go for the a pawn, and then let's say king c5. Oh, even black is the move. Yeah. King c5, king h5. So I try to make somehow this work.
But you can't win the knight. You can't. Yeah, the knight is always ready to sacrifice itself, and oops, you end up losing.
Yeah, the black king is faster. But yeah, you're very, very good point indeed. King e7, h5, h6.
Exactly. You use the h pawn as a decoy. Once you get to play king takes f7, hey, you're a hero. Because
no, but this should be bad for white. No.
Winning for white.
No, winning.
Bad for black.
No. Let's say I play king g6, king e7, and now I need a smart move.
Yes.
Some kind of a smart move. Let's say I give a check. King goes here.
King e8, yeah.
And I play at least f6. Oh, I found the losing move.
Yeah. It wasn't difficult.
It wasn't difficult. I made normal moves.
Right.
But if I do nothing. You
By
play
the way-
h5?
Yes, that's what I was saying. Take.
Yeah, but is this
Why not?
winning?
Well, king there walks into knight c4 check. So king there, right? Push.
This could be, should be very precisely calculated.
Oh my gosh, don't tell me you make a draw. Oh.
No, but you know, yes or I don't know.
No, that would be a miracle that you would make a draw.
I don't know. I think this is a highly interesting endgame.
Absolutely.
Highly interesting. So king e7, h5, h6. Very important game because Team Romania leads against Poland 2-1.
Mm-hmm.
And Kaszlinska needs to score a point here. So Bulmaga, if she would offer to be a draw, instantly accept.
Right.
Okay, what do we do here? Once again, I play. What did I play?
King g6, I think.
King g6.
I went king e7. You went knight check. I went king f8. You went knight a5. You waited for me to play the move h5.
Maybe there's a way to be smart. What if I play knight b7 or knight b3? It's exactly the same. So you play h5 here. And my big point is I'm going to give you a fork now on c5.
Bravo for you. In any case, I was going to take on e6. And you can give me a fork and I'll go king f.
Somewhere, yeah?
Yeah, where do I go? King.
I'm not sure.
Yeah. I didn't want to, okay, king d5. It's kind of weird, right? I didn't want to give you this opportunity to get your knight back with a check, but no, this
that's
should
a draw,
be a draw.
right?
This should
That's
be
a draw.
Yes, yes, this is a draw. Apologies. So where do I
Maybe
go with
could
my
give six.
king? King F, okay. I just, yeah, and f5, okay.
No, that's a draw.
Sorry, why is f5 a draw?
f5.
Oh, now you go knight d5 check. I see. And
knight e5. I was thinking king f4, but
and then yeah,
found a losing move again. You see how easy.
It's so easy. My advice is to take the Dvoretsky manual, actually crack it open, comprehend.
This position is not there. And,
it's not there in the position. That's pretty funny. Knight b7 check. Okay, great, good for you. Maybe even king. Well, I can't imagine, you know, that I have to be somehow brilliantly subtle. Some move like king c7, knight a5, king d7, and then I get my king to e8 quickly.
Somehow it's better, yeah?
Yeah, is it better that
I have no idea. There could be also some quiet moves like king f8, some swing ideas.
Exactly. If this is a study where you have to play king f8 and force the knight to a5 just for the reasons that you were saying, that there's no knight c5 checks, now I get to go h5 and now everything is genius. Wow, that would be, you know, hat tip to the problemist of the world.
Right. It's that knight c5 is played.
Inviting a5, really?
I'm protecting the pawn on e6, by the way. Oh, look at this. This is a brilliant idea. Look at this. Yes, sir. I mean, a5, king g6, here takes, and the white king can never make it to d6 because there's going to be a fork.
I understand, but I'm sorry to say I'm not playing ball. I'm not going to play h5.
You're going to play f5.
Something like that. Yeah. No, go back for just a moment. I actually thought it was a Zugzwang if I go king e8. Dang.
Okay, if I play king g7 h5, that's your idea.
That's the idea. And then I'll go back to e7 and then I'll I'll
If
be
I play
over one.
f6? Oh, if I'm losing. How many losing moves have you?
Yeah. Well, first of all, Arturs, you have my enormous respect because I think you've beautifully illustrated all the losing moves in the position. I don't think you missed one.
No, I found them all. I'm not even sure why f6 is losing, to be honest.
Me either. I just saw the bar, go through the map, through the
Maybe
roof.
it's h5. Maybe that's the point.
Ah, look at that one.
That's the point. h5, the pawn on f6.
Bravo, bravo.
King g7, h6, king g6, h7. This is how it's done.
Now that looks like a study, like variation. That's funny. That's funny.
Maybe there's some f5 ideas at some point. I'm not sure.
Exactly.
Maybe. Wait, look at this. Here? Maybe f5. No?
Ah.
Is it ridiculous?
Can I go king e7? Well, hold on. King e7, king h5, king d6, knight b7 check, king takes e6, knight takes d5.
My best of luck to whoever has to calculate this.
I
just hope it's not me. I just hope it's not me because I cannot calculate this. It's so tricky. Everything seems the same. Of course, you switch on the engine. Oh, what are you talking there? It's easy, right?
Easy peasy. But without the engine, without the engine, I got to tell you, this is a challenge.
This is a major challenge. I think it can end either way. White probably is looking good to equalize the match for Team Poland, but I wouldn't be surprised. It's also going to be a draw. I mean, you told this story, Yasser, some days ago, like, who was it? Plus 50-0, plus 50-0 because...
Oh, yes, Wesley So versus Anish Giri. That was just terrible. But that was a queen ending, and we've seen a couple of queen endings where, the human, we can see 5, 6, 8 moves pretty good, but the engines, when they have just this very, very narrow queen upon it, they're seeing 32 ply.
I mean, a very nice view, by the way, on the ladies.
Yeah, I see that.
By the way, if I read correctly from the chat at the open section, Dominguez has scored a victory. Is that correct?
Bravo.
Yeah,
Bravo.
is that correct? I mean, somebody please confirm that. Dear viewers.
It was winning. Yeah.
Yeah, so dear viewers, thank you once again for your amazing insights. We can't thank you enough for sometimes bringing up very interesting questions or remarks or pay attention to whoever games. But again, let us remind you this possibility to be featured in the feature chat. If you post something interesting, some questions, and if you have time to answer it, we're going to try to do it.
Absolutely. And we do have king h5 on our screen, and you threw out a takes, and even an
there's
F5
by the way
try.
I would like to read one mention. It's already the 5th day. We have never stopped at women Kazakhstan game and their top 20. Listen, I'm guilty, and Yasser is guilty. We're guilty, right? But we have to choose. Right? And we're trying to do our best, right? Choosing between the games so that everybody is happy. We try to pay attention to the leaderboard. Sometimes somebody in the chat mentions, listen, there's this crazy game going on, and we jump to that game, right? So unfortunately, there's 200 teams playing in every event.
This a smorgasbord of fantastic stories going on here. And by the way, we are reaching this position where we kind of went king e7, king g4, king d6, knight b7 check, king takes e6. And black did have that move, king takes f4, which is crazy. Can we look at that, Art? Is this position?
I'm sorry, I completely lost which line you're calculating there.
No, it's okay. In this position, it's white to move, and I'm expecting king e7.
King e7. Okay, going after the knight.
King g4.
The bar says you made the blunder, yes.
I believe you.
Okay.
King G4, King D6.
Check.
King takes E6. And I was stopped right here for a moment because I was thinking of the move King takes F4.
Instead of, look at that.
Right. And then I was thinking King D5. And oops, white is actually winning.
Wow, that's beautiful. Dominating the knight on the corner.
Exactly. The knight, is way off sides on the rim there. So many things were wrong in that analysis, according to the bar. The bar was like...
Yeah, the bar, of course, is making fun of us people.
Right. Shaming us, I would say.
Shaming us. So instead, knight a5 seems to be... By the way, I think knight a5 makes sense because one of the most dangerous passed pawns, especially for knights, are the corner pawns, right? So the H pawn, A pawn, you just cannot easily stop them.
Yeah, and in this position, after knight takes a5, well, shall we see f5? Will the knight manage to get back in time and stop these pawns?
While we're wondering about it, there's a question in the featured chat. AD Katz is asking, what is the role of the reserve players, seemingly?
Of course, and
substitute.
That's
the role.
Self-evident that you somebody on the top 4 boards is ill, is not playing well. That player will step out. The reserve player always plays board 4. The reserve player does not switch with the first board or the second board. Everybody moves up a board, and the reserve player comes in and plays on the bottom board.
Yes, sir. I'm actually wondering, it would be fun to see a slightly different setup for the event, because it's a bit predictable, especially if, let's say, you can only substitute the 4th player. I know that in some international chess leagues, what they do is that the players can freely rotate within something like, I don't know, 100 yellow point difference, and you have like 8 boards.
Right.
So good luck. Try to guess, right?
It's funny you should say that. That was so much fun. It was Russia versus the world. There was 10 players per team, but you had 2 reserve players. So you had 8 players playing per round. But now I have these 2 reserve players. I was the captain for the rest of the world team. But in that team competition, my reserve players did not come in on board 7 or 8. In other words, if I wanted to take Timur Radjabov as a reserve player and stick him on board 1, I could do it.
Right.
Take Asmai Parashvili and stick him on board 4, I could do it. And your first 8 were your first 8. They played perpetually, there. But the reserve players could come in, and that was really surprising, because the team captains, you'd have to prepare yourself for, a different lineup for each match. By the way, did I make the mistake? I should have played the move F5 in this position or something. Is that what I did wrong?
I have no idea.
Because the bar, when I played the move King E7, seemed to, hiccup.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. By the way, there's another question from the chat. Davkuchi 432 is asking, does the highest player always have to play board 1?
No. Thank you for the question. In fact, it's a little embarrassing for me to say this, but if you look at the US women's team, we have 5 players, and the lowest rated woman, Begum, is playing board 1, which is like, what? They're in our little profile picture of our 2 US teams. You see, we've got this wonderful arena crush with the highest rating, and Begum is playing board number 1. So no, but once you do fix your lineup, then you can't change it.
So actually, there's a team strategy obviously involved, and some teams do it like that. They put obviously the big guns, the big names to the top board because they're expected to meet other big guns that they clash.
Exactly.
But some teams do it like this. For example, they put on the first board the brick wall. For example, somebody who is going to hold, and keep the game to a draw. Very solid player. And for example, from Team France, I'm a bit surprised not to see Laurent Fressonnet as the top board, because he's usually very, very solid, very tough to beat. And this time, I think he's board number 2. And
I remember. I remember this happened to me in Chengdu, in China. It was the World Team Championship. So there I was, I happily retired. Got dragged in by the Americans to play. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Board 3. So then we get this a matchup: United States versus Azerbaijan. And there I am on board 3, expecting I don't care, Ralph. And Shakhriyar, the number 1 team player for Azerbaijan, was on board 3 because they had put Timur and Ralph ahead of them, saying, okay, you guys make draws on board 1 and 2. Shakhriyar is going to go ballistic on table number 3, scored 9 out of 9. And this is how we win the World Team Championship. So there I was expecting some nice, easy opponent. And I had to play Shakhriyar.
Right. While we talk about it, maybe let's check very quickly the results of this round, because some of the results are in. And here you see in the women's section, Germany already beat Mongolia. Team USA actually is not doing good against Peru. I mean, Yasser, what's going on?
What the heck? Yeah, that's a shocking result. And it comes after, I think, USA had lost to Mongolia.
Well, you tell me. I wasn't there yesterday.
Previous round. So this is not looking good for Team USA. Armenia, 3 versus 1 over Indonesia. Hungary, wow, 3-0 versus Sweden with 1 game remaining. That's a bit of a
Colombia
shock.
match against Spain still ongoing, and now we switch to the first 5 boards. You see that here on the 5th board. Kazakhstan already beat Team Cuba 3-1. Romania is leading against Poland. And we have this super exciting game, but I have a feeling that we're going to still switch to the open section and check it out, because at some point we simply have to make some choices. Here you see the standings right now, 6-10. Kazakhstan currently is in top 10. I believe that is, that is the current result right now. All righty. Going back to this game, what do we do? What do we do? By the way, Yasser, I have a proposition. I wanted to go back to the open section, but I don't want to lose sight of this game.
You should make a toggle so you can easily
toggle
back and forth.
Make a toggle. All right. I mean, extremely interesting endgame.
Definitely.
No idea how it's going to finish it. Maybe we'll do it like this. Quickly jump to the open, check what's going on there, and
it's going to be decided the next move or 2.
You think so?
Well, this particular ending is going to be decided in the next move or 2, and are they moving quickly? They sure seem to be moving like everybody knows what they're doing.
All right. Well,
what has happened?
I don't know.
We're not getting the relay. Oh
no!
Big.
Let's go to the open.
Sorry about that, everybody. This is the. This is over. This was
Benjamin Bach played a draw against Razvan Prioto. Not a perfect result for Team Netherlands. Team Netherlands wins 3.5 against half a point.
Right.
Now, let me go back. The leaderboards, there should be still some games ongoing. I see that Poland against France, no?
Yeah, I was going to say Germany had a big result, beating Slovenia 3-1. Wow.
All right. Let me just select a game. For example, this one where Radoslav Wojtaszek is still trying to get better from Laurent Fressonnet. Now it's indeed winning. Yeah, these connected pass pawns should do the job, right?
Clear. No
Yeah,
question about
F5,
it.
E6, E7.
Right.
Looks winning.
Totally.
Powerful game by Wojciech. The second game where we were not sure. Yeah, exactly. I mean, we were here about, I don't know, at which moment here, right?
Yes.
The bar would say it's about, I mean, I don't know
The-
which moment, sort of equalish, but this pawn,
Right.
remaining pawn for white, could not be easily traded. And I would say that Lagarde is most likely going to finish this with a victory. And that would mean 2-2 draw between France and Poland.
I would say it's 100% that white was going to win. Always 100% is a little wrong, 99.9. But the reality is it wasn't just about the pawn. It was also about the fact that Black's king was on the wrong side of the board and could find himself in a checkmating net. If the king were on h6, it'd be a totally different discussion that we would be having. As it is, there's mates, rook a2 mates, there's knight b2, knight d3, knight c5 kind of checkmates. And finally, there's knight b2, rook c8, rook a8 mates. So it's not just the fact that, it's this nice, good pawn on g2 that protects white's king. It's the fact that, gosh, Black's king is actually being checkmated. And there we saw the final of that marvelously complex.
And they finished in a draw, right? So let's jump back to that, to the ladies tournament, if I can find it. Yep. No, we're not getting it. But you see on the board. Yeah, you see that the game is finished in a draw.
Why are you so sure?
The center. That's a draw. That's a draw.
Okay.
That's a draw. So this means that Bulmarga managed to save the game, because those of you who are not familiar with the placement of the kings in the center, what does it mean? This is a signal you send to the operator, somebody who is operating the digital boards. So the king on e4 and king on e5, this means it's a draw. If the kings are on the white squares, this means white is winning. If the kings are on the dark squares, this means black is winning. It's really so simple.
Excellent.
All right, so this game is finished. Jumping back to this game. Again, maybe let's check once again very quickly. Yeah, let's go to the Freycinet against Wojciech. I think they're still playing.
That was hopeless. We expected resignation.
It should be hopeless, but they're still playing.
They are still playing. Oh, wow. Okay, I thought resignation for sure would have occurred.
Right. I think a couple of moves can be made, but what does it mean? It means, again, Team Poland against France most likely is going to finish in a draw. Do we have, by the way, updates on some other results? I wonder.
You tell me.
While we're looking at this game, yep, here we see the board 6-10. Cuba, look at that. I mean, 2-0 against Azerbaijan.
Wow, we lauded the Azerbaijani squad as coming in ranked number 3. Timur Rajabov had to step out. They slipped in the ranking at the start to number 6. We still considered them a formidable squad. And Cuba upsetting the apple cart there with a 2-0 lead with 2 games remaining.
And now we go to the top 5 boards. Here you see is that India, first and second team, they won their matches. India's second team impressed me, to be honest, most this round. So sooner or later, there's going to be a matchup.
England. Yep, Armenia defeated England 2.5, 1.5, and we squeaked by Israel. Very tough Israeli squad. I think America will feel very good about its victory today, even though it's a slight. How do you say it? Win's a win. Regardless, yeah, win's a win. Even if it's only 2.5, 1.5, it's still 2 match points.
Right. Okay. Let me check. I think I recognize this player on the camera. No. Okay. The game of Wojciech against Fresenek has finished. Here you see the kings are placed on the light squares. This means only one thing. Not a big surprise. Wojciech wins. And that means I think the match is already finished in a draw because the second board, Lagarde against Miranda, let me try to pull it up.
That was the two.
Should be also finished.
In the knight versus the two.
Yeah, I don't see them playing at all. Yeah, so definitely they're finished. Since Lagarde had such a winning position a couple of months ago. That's 2-2. Yeah, Poland, France, 2-2. Well fought draw. Very interesting, very exciting. And that's it.
That's it.
And that's it.
And that's it. Well, I guess we're getting ready to close our show broadcast for round 5, but we're going to just take a break and then see what all the results are, and then finish up our final thoughts for this compelling round 5. We'll see you on the other side of the break.
See you soon.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our live coverage of the 44th Chess Olympiad in Chennai. We have had a really exciting round 5, Archers, and I got to tell you, the favorites performed really, really well as we take a look in the open section, the top 5 boards. Impressive.
Right, so India is really doing well so far. Amazing 100% score in terms of the match points, 2.5 against 1.5. I'm sorry, yeah, I think first India was point behind, but still beating Romania. And second India is 2.5 against 1.5 versus Spain.
Nice.
Armenia got the better of England. Very, very close match. And then Team USA.
Yeah, very, very nice. Team USA bouncing back against a powerful Israeli squad. Let's remind our viewers of the remaining schedule.
So we are going to be back also tomorrow, of course, the same time for the round 6, 11:30 Central European Summer Time, which is the same as 2:30 a.m. Pacific Time. After round 6, we are going to have a rest day on Thursday, and then things continue as usual.
Yeah, we got to make room for the Bermuda party, don't we?
And I also had, right, and I also had to mention this very special thing that chess.com has prepared for you, because Chess.com is very, very proud to announce the fall 2022 and spring 2023 collegiate chess league seasons in partnership with NACE Star League. So make sure to sign up to represent your school in the Premier Chess League for college students. Check it out.
$50,000 prize fund makes me want to go back to school for sure. Also, I'm going to do something that, well, we haven't done. We've edged away from it. Just peeking ahead for tomorrow's key matchups. We've been told, and don't hold us to it, that it's going to be India 2 versus Armenia, as that's the expected result. And I got to tell you, that India 2 team has really impressed, just as you predicted correctly, Archers.
I had a feeling they're going to do so well. I didn't really expect it so well. Everybody from the second India team is performing awesome. Also, Team Armenia has shown in the past they have amazing team spirit. Now Levon is not playing for them anymore, but they're still very good teams. So it could be an exciting match ahead tomorrow.
Absolutely. So once again, I thank you, each and every one of you, for watching our broadcast. Do us a favor, tell everybody where you're hanging out, and we're going to see you all tomorrow for round 6.
Come back tomorrow.